Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? We are about to commence our inaugural ceremony very shortly. Our chief guests are already here. So I kindly request all of you to take your seats. We have seats assigned for all our keynote speakers and our panelists. So kindly take your respected seats and settle in comfortably. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our ceremony in a couple of minutes. So before that, once again requesting everybody to please be seated in your assigned seats. We have all your names sticked on. So please have your seats and settle in. Thank you.
Thank you.
A moonshot mindset, which is results that truly matter, and a mindset these opportunities are prepares you to continuously evolve. The island of Lakeside, but someone with the right mindset using AI alone. The future doesn't belong to the smartest. It belongs to the most adaptable. So the question is, what's your mindset? Intelligence. We're entering an era of amplified human potential.
And now the work starts to be Moonshot are building a lot of library where people need to come and this is as a learning experience. And we have traditional courses, computer science, mechanical there, but we are launching 9 courses of emerging
A very warm good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away from the inaugural ceremony. So once again, requesting everybody to please be seated in your assigned chairs. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute privilege and honor to welcome each and every one of you to this prestigious occasion, the inauguration of CFT, Center for Future Technology, here at B.E.S.T Innovation University. So today marks not just the launch of a center, but the beginning of a visionary journey towards shaping the future of technology, innovation, and enterprise. So my name is Catherine Princey, and I work as a BDM for CFT, and I'm super excited to be a host for the day as well. We are truly grateful for your presence here today. Of our esteemed dignitaries, we have industry leaders, we have academic visionaries and partners who have joined us to celebrate this significant milestone. So ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin this momentous occasion with the national anthem. So I request everybody to kindly rise from your seats. Thank you.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We are now getting right away into the most important and much awaited ceremony of the day, the inauguration of Center for Future Technology. So we are now going to present the clicker to Dr. Madhav ji, the President of India Foundation and the visionary behind the inception of the Center for Future Technology, to officially inaugurate CFT. Welcome, sir. And also inviting Rupa ma'am, our respected chairman, and Ashutosh ji plus James sir to kindly join the inauguration. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for Center for Future Technology, inaugurated by Madhav ji. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a brief promo video, so inviting all of your attention once again to the screen.
We are a civilization forged in the habit of the breakthrough. We did not merely build tools, we established a rhythmic rigor of defying the impossible. we have been forging the infrastructure of our will, preparing for a transition from the accidental to the absolute. Today, that same zeal of that primordial urge to break barriers has brought us to a place of gazing at the future with implausible tectonic shifts in human life. We have transcended the era of linear progression. We are engineering the inevitable. How this momentum will reshape the world is the greatest creative anticipation in our history. To remain unanchored in this velocity is to concede our agency to the chaos of the exponential. To ensure that our nation does not just inhabit the future, but dictates its very infrastructure, we need a national node where the impossible is stripped of its mystery and reassembled as a repeatable, engineered miracle. From this imperative emerges the Center for Future Technology. We have ignited CFT as a sanctuary where the distance between the speculative ghost and sovereign reality cease to exist. It is the anchored, rigorous transmutation of deep tech into deep impact, a clinical conversion of theoretical potential into tangible, civilizational leverage. The objective is the establishment of a meridian of excellence for a broad stakeholder ecosystem. We want to build Asia's most advanced future technology and Moonshot ecosystem and nurture a generation of innovators whose influence will stretch across continents. Our mission is to ensure the future is designed, codified, and mastered within the cognitive frontier of tomorrow. The ninefold vanguard establishes a high-fidelity blueprint by fusing AI, quantum, space tech, and biotech with robotics, Industry 5.0, clean energy, fintech, and agri-tech. This convergence is operationalized through 4 core strategic pillars that define the identity of the Center for Future Technology. The journey begins in the Exponential World Gallery, a gateway experience that shifts mindsets from linear thinking to exponential imagination. We move to the clinical crucible of the Moonshot factory to solve, subjecting global grievances to the furnace of analytical attrition. Here, in our deep tech convergence labs, disparate disciplines shake hands, where computational intelligence whispers to synthetic biology to harden the theoretical ghost into the venture-ready intellectual property. Breakthrough that remains local is a tragedy of missed potential. We scale with insatiable ambition, deploying global leviathans to secure venture stewardship. We sit at the nexus of the tri-sector convergence, intertwining the expansive ambition of industry, the sovereign mandate of government, and the deep, monastic rigor of academia into a singular, accelerated engine. We have redefined the very concept of the student. In this crucible, education is no longer a legacy system of preservation. It is a propulsion of innovation. We envision a clinical, 4-dimensional metamorphosis, from the nascent student to the relentless researcher to the disruptive innovator, and finally, the absolute apex, the sovereign founder. India's ascent to a $50 trillion economy by 2047 is an inevitable macroeconomic anchor, realigning the global order. The Center for Future Technology operationalizes this momentum, transforming India from a consumer of legacy systems into the paramount author of next-generation innovations. By the dawn of 2030, our roadmap is etched in deep resolve. 100 deep tech ventures, the birth of sovereign unicorns, and more than 500 patents that will act as the neural pathways of a smarter planet. We invite the research partner to co-create breakthrough solutions, the industry titan to access our future-ready talent, the investment vanguard to scout India's next generation of deep tech titans, and the student innovator to claim ownership of the tomorrow they wish to inhabit. Future is no longer a destination we reach. It is a venture we execute, where the laboratory, the forge, and the market coalesce into a single, high-fidelity loop of power. Join the vanguard. Invent tomorrow. Today, welcome to the Center for Future Technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just had a brief introduction for our vision for CFT. And now we move on to the opening address, and it is my honor to invite Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, the Chancellor of B.E.S.T Innovation University. Please invite her onto the stage with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, very good morning, everyone. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you, our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Ram Madhav, distinguished academic leaders, industry experts, our collaborative partners, industry training partners, media friends, to the B.E.S.T Innovation University campus. I don't like to call it B.E.S.T, I like to take the full name of the university. While we are B.E.S.T, we aim to be the best, but we are Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, the first innovation university of India. Today marks a very, very important milestone as we enter this brand new architecture building, Center for Future Tech. What began as a very, very simple idea has transformed into this powerful reality. It is especially meaningful for all of us at B.E.S.T Innovation University that Dr. Ram Madhav, whose original thought and idea is what seeded the vision of Center for Future Tech, is here with us today at the inaugural event. During the first convocation of B.E.S.T.IU, which I repeatedly say because there are different audiences every time I have mentioned this, he articulated a philosophy which remained with us forever. It continues to guide us. The first, he said, you need to be best in whatever you do. And that's true to our name because everyone calls us the best. To remain deeply rooted to our Bharatiya culture and the Bharatiya ethos because we are Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University. And we need to truly innovate, not imitate. We need to regenerate, not intervene. So we continue to pursue this relentlessly, Dr. Ram Madhav, and we have a commitment to build an ecosystem that integrates the thought and infrastructure with action. CFT is one such vision, Center for Future Tech. It aims to bring together different stakeholders, the education leaders, the academic scientists, industry collaborations, and venture creation above all. We want to build an ecosystem for exponential innovation, and that's what Center for Future Technology stands for. The architecture itself, if you've gone around the building, you would know. It's designed by architect Anil Bhaskaran. I don't know if he's here today, but he's the mastermind behind the architecture. We already won 2 awards for this architecture already. The architecture itself is, in the ground floor, if you see, it's Ignite, where we want the learners to ignite ideas. The first floor is about the Convergence labs. The second floor translates to Moonshot ideas and exponential growth. The last but not the least has to translate into venture creation. And we have a challenge that we have to all. Any learner entering into the Ignite will go back in 90 days as a venture owner, as a startup champion. This is our own, we've taken this upon ourselves that we will do this 90 days challenge for all learners who want to enter this building and move out as a startup owner. The center will focus on deep tech areas while the artificial intelligence and sustainability will cut across all the domains. We will have artificial intelligence, quantum technology, space technology, agricultural technology, healthcare, fintech, and Industry 5.0. You will witness a detailed presentation by the CEO of CFT, Sreekanth Arimanithaya, in a while. At B.E.S.T Innovation University, we've always pushed boundaries. We've always believed that normal and ordinary is not for us. The approach is not incremental. The approach is consistently aimed at exponential. At the same time, we recognize that this vision cannot be fulfilled without the right stakeholders joining hands with us. Therefore, it requires coming together of all of you, especially the industry partners who will help us co-curate programs that are relevant to the industry, upskill learners who need this extra advantage, innovators who would like to come here and innovate, research, and understand which scientists work with the faculties of B.E.S.T Innovation University, the community leaders for whom we will be solving the real-time issues and challenges, and most importantly, all our learners who would like to come here and understand and be part of this mega experience. As we look ahead, some stats that I read about, the world is entering a phase of unprecedented technological transformation. By 2030, the global AI market alone is expected to exceed $1.5 trillion, over 50 billion devices that will be connected through IoT, and nearly 70% of the skills required for jobs will undergo transformation. The pace of change is not linear, it's exponential. The Center for Future Tech is our answer and response to this shift, an ecosystem that is designed not just to keep pace with the future, but to shape it. The initiative has been strengthened by the presence of Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, who joins us as the chair of Center for Future Technology, the scientific chair, a Padma Shri awardee and a pioneer in nanotechnology. His depth of knowledge and experience will bring tremendous value to this journey. Visara consultants and their team have helped us through hand-holding the entire concept. So I congratulate the Visara team who are present here today. The MindCool, which will set up the Mindset Labs in the university, and all our industry partners who have signed up with us and who believe in us. Thank you all for being part of this very important milestone of B.E.S.T Innovation University. Together, let's build features that are worthy of our aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, for that inspiring words and setting the tone for today's celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to an important segment of the day, our leadership keynotes, where we will hear from our leaders shaping the foundation of the Center for Future Tech. So before that, let us have a quick look at the video wall.
Artificial intelligence is not one of our 9 verticals. It is the intelligence layer all 9 are built on. Quantum computing uses AI to interpret results. Space systems use AI to navigate autonomously. Agri-tech uses AI to read satellite data. Robotics uses AI to make autonomous decisions. The question was never, will AI replace you? The question is, will you be the one building AI-powered solutions that change the world? At CFT, that is exactly what we build you for. 9 verticals, 1 intelligence layer. Invent tomorrow. Today.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, first it is my honor to invite Mr. Sreekanth K. Arimanithaya, Chief Executive Officer to CFT, to share his insight.
Predicted in 2008, it will happen in 2025, but it happened in 2023. And that is what you can see in the chart, how AI started really growing exponentially and enabling business to contribute exponentially. Now with the Anthropic and Claude, in 2026 we call it as singularity moment already happened, and you will see the opportunity for growth. So that is the area the CFT is going to focus on, and it's an amazing opportunity for all of us to be part of that tsunami wave which is going to take us into exponential growth. With that, if you really move into the next one, the technology is already in the second half of the chessboard. And you know the concept of second half of the chessboard. Moore's law predicted the computing power will double every 2 years. But when it comes to AI, the computing power is not 2 times, maybe 6 times, 20 times, 100 times, is really compounding effect it is giving. So in this second half of the chessboard, what is happening in terms of technology if you analyze it? In Industrial Revolution 1 to 3, which is steam engine, then we have electricity, internet and computer. Now we are getting into AI. In 300 years, the economic growth was linear, almost from 0.1, it took into 3% growth. With AI coming in, Kathy Woods, who's ARK investors who funded Elon Musk and exponential technology, predicted there will be 7.3% GDP growth average across the globe. And the global GDP will move from 3% growth to 7.3%. And you can see how she mapped the technological growth over the last 300 years. You can see the spike of including steam engine, railroads, electricity, integrated circuit, internet, and computing power, now with the AI-enabled growth of 7.3%. And if you really translate into economic growth, it is going to move from almost 117 trillion global economy to 300 trillion global economy. And this 300 trillion global economy will be fueled by 200 trillion worth of growth from converging technologies. And these converging technologies also converging themselves. And if you draw similar chart 10 years back, you will not get any connection between these technologies. If you draw this after 10 years, you'll find most of the gaps are already filled by convergence of these technologies. So this converging technology or future technology is the objective of CFT. And we passionately debated what should be the focus of the CFT. I will talk to you next 5 minutes. The context is very clear. We are going to be part of this exponential economic growth activity. When it comes to India's story, this can grow around, say, we are close to 4.8, 4.5 trillion India economy will grow 50 trillion. So that growth requires convergence of technology, how we really enable among various sectors of our industry, and how do you create skills for the future on these converging technologies is very, very important. And my colleague from Accenture, CTO, will be talking next about how it provides in terms of career and employment opportunity. We have colleagues from Wipro, we have colleagues from TCS, we have colleagues from Meta and Google, and they will echo the opportunity for India to be the talent capital for this $200 additional trillion economic growth for the world is possible. In my 30 years in career in GE, Toyota, HP, last in EY, always my counterpart from US and other world look upon India as the human capital. If they want to hire large number of people, the only place they have to go is India. They cannot find it anywhere else. We are also seeing in this converging technologies also, India is going to be the capital for this talent. That's what we are focusing on CFT. So let me really go into details of various components of CFT, what you are building. Dr. Rupa already laid the foundational concept of how this building will be showcased for venture studios, reskilling, cross-skilling, upskilling, bringing corporate problem and how do you solve it in this studio, and all this I'll talk about in a few minutes. So this is the converging technology. And Dr. Ashutosh, when he met us last time, he regularly reviews the performance and the progress. He was clearly articulating focus on AI as a big theme or a center of convergence. So that is what you see. All the domains and other technology will be super enabled by AI, and that is what we want to achieve in this Center for Future Technology. Now let me take another 5 minutes to walk you through what are the aspects of, it's not moving, just, can you move? Yeah. So this is a very interesting chart. If you really look at Gutenberg moments, you know, Gutenberg invented first printing press in 1440. What is Gutenberg moment? Gutenberg moment is prior to inventing printing press, every author used to write by their own hand the books, and it was limitedly supplied only to the elite community. After printing press come, the knowledge become demonetized and it's available to many people. That has revolutionized what we call knowledge-based economy, and it has spread innovation across the world. So similar Gutenberg moment you will see in all this technology, and these technologies are real. And some of the technology, if it takes 2 to 3 years to mature, today these technology are going to mature in few months and few quarters. And the impact it can create in terms of economic activity or in terms of jobs, in terms of ventures, and in terms of improvements in business process and the lives which it can impact is going to be very exponential. So you will see most of these technologies will be implemented through our Center for Future Technology in form of graduate or postgraduate program, certification program, innovation labs, and as well as solving corporate problems through this venture studio or innovation lab. With that in context, let me move into the next slide. Today, the technology is getting demonetized and democratized. And you can see the cost of technology is coming down drastically. In 2024 and 25, AI inference got 99% productivity, especially with the Claude and Anthropic. What it takes 6 months to develop a software can be done in 6 days. And the cost of space launch, earlier it used to be 15,600 per kg of satellite launch. Now it can be 100 per kg in coming days. So I'm not getting into details of this, which clearly shows that the technology is deflation happening against inflation. When technology demonetized and deflation happens, the productivity exponentially grows. So people ask me, where is this 200 trillion economy is going to come? Because the technology is going to accelerate it. We can mine in the space gold and silver. Today, I have close to 10 acres of farmland. Every acre I lose 5,000 rupees. With drone technology, you will see in the agri-tech in that corner, if it's implemented, I can make 1 to 2 lakhs per acre going forward. That's the productivity gains we can get it. But this technology has to be demonetized and available for farmers. That kind of innovation is what we are going to do in the other corner of the building. This is space tech. Just opposite is called agri-tech. So with that concept, let me walk into the next slide, which will talk about skill set, which we will go in little deeper in the second panel afternoon. But if you look at 92 million jobs are getting displaced. We are working with many corporates to do analysis on what are these jobs getting displaced, and 170 million new jobs are getting created. You see the scale. The jobs getting displaced, average salary in India for a 2 years experienced person is 4 lakhs. The jobs getting created, 2 years experienced person can earn 20 lakhs against 4 lakhs. So that is the opportunity. But many of the jobs in the 117 million, job description is not yet written. But it will be written in next few quarters. Don't worry, it will be written in next few quarters. Then how do you skill from B.E.S.T Innovation University, CFT for these jobs is going to be making huge difference. So the people who are worried about losing jobs, this chart always inspires them. How do I shift from the right side to the left side in terms of 170 million jobs opportunity? How do I prepare for that? If you move to the next one. So this is, Dr. Rupa has already explained a little bit. I will go through it. What we want to do through CFT is to inspire young mind. You might have seen a lot of students walking around the campus. The other end of this building, we have almost 2,000 students are listening to this conversation, and we are going to explain to them how this 9 technology is going to transform the economy and what are the job opportunity. And these are 12th grade students looking for engineering admissions, and I'm very sure after listening to them, this kind of opportunity, they will make their decision to take a degree in or undergraduate program in converging technologies. So how do you solve problems or opportunity what we are facing? One of the things we always debate is carbon is considered as a problem. Don't emit carbon. But there is an opportunity. How do you take carbon dioxide from atmosphere, take carbon and emit oxygen back, and convert this carbon into composite carbon material, replace aluminum and steel, which we mine today? Is it possible? Is a moonshot idea? Answer is yes. And is technology available? Answer is yes. I have seen 2-3 companies, startups focusing on that. So how do you take a big problem and solve it using moonshot factory or moonshot methodology? And the concept of moonshot, all of you know, came from John F. Kennedy's moon mission. 1962, he had a speech, why we choose to go to moon. You should listen to. It's a very inspirational video. From there, the concept came, how you take a impossible problem and solve it with science and technology and transform it. The third one is, we are going to build ventures. And even we are going to partner with the ISF Foundation. Jay Garu is here, and Junicorn, they will talk about it. We are going to partner with them. They have done an amazing job creating innovation ecosystem in rural India. So I don't want to steal your thunder, So that is the ability to really inspire students and create ventures in rural India. And how do you scale it into a unicorn? So you will see some of the scorecard, what we put as aspirational in here. And we have carefully designed the entire building using the theme of Ignite, Build, Launch, and Scale. And I strongly encourage you to walk around. Today is a day 0. And we are going to do a lot of events every month. And you will see every quarter, new technology, new partners, new ventures, and new skilling program is being launched from this center. So this is the concept we are working on from CFT. And this is, you can see the initial, when construction was happening, Dr. Rupa and Bharatji and myself and our team, extended team who are sitting here, really put day and night vision into implementing this. If you go around the building, you will see the concept of space tech. This is a space tech area. A Enterprise is in first floor. We are already partnered with IBM, TCS, and Wipro, and other companies. Then you will see Mindset Studio in the third floor. During lunchtime, we are doing a small session on mindset, how it will help you to really grow the business exponentially. So this is the design we are working on. Then moving into the summary of our ambitions, what we captured here. If you really look at exponential gallery is what we want to build it here. I remember during my childhood days, I used to go to visit Science and Technology Museum. I'm very sure every state have one. I born and brought up in Trivandrum. That's a beautiful Science and Technology Museum. They used to publish a book called Eureka. I used to wait for that book to come every month. So that is the inspiration. So how do you inspire students come here? They should understand how the converging technology and deep tech is transforming lives, how it's fueling the growth of our GDP. They should get inspiration from this building and 200 acres of land you'll see. And Bharatji always mentions, Sri, once you fill this, we'll get you another 100 acres. And he wants to convert the entire area into knowledge city. Maybe 1,000 kilometers radius, maybe near to airport, we have to convert in knowledge city. How do you do that? So that is one thing we are looking at, exponential gallery. We are building it. Then Moonshot ideas. You will see in the third floor a small application called a Moonshot Planner. And when you get, just type it moonshotplanner.com, you will get very good literature, how to drive Moonshot ideas. And we are building Moonshot classrooms. It is not only students, we want leaders from corporate to come and spend a day with us on Moonshot Factory. How do you inspire Moonshot ideas among their employees? Perry and Wipro team is here, and we always discuss about it whenever we visit Wipro in terms of how do you really drive exponential growth and transformation using Moonshot thinking. Then labs. You will see large number of labs in this building, and also we have an office in Bangalore city and Gurgaon and Dubai. And we want to extend the lab environment and also create virtual labs with our partner Navigate Labs. They are sitting here. How do you create a virtual lab where even people can work from home and get access to all tools and methods in this lab? Then ventures, startup ecosystem with ISF. And the last one, not least one, is we are going to launch undergraduation program on converging technologies or future technologies, and also post-graduation and PhD programs. And we are also going to do skilling program worth of 3 months or 6 months, which will enable you to reskill, upskill, and cross-skill to be ready on that 70 million jobs getting eliminated, 170 created. How do you transition that? So that is, so we also put some very ambitious KPIs or targets. How do you create 2 to 3 unicorns from this building in next 5 years? Isn't it? Is it possible? Absolutely. And how do you drive $1 billion valuation of ventures, what is being created from this place? You know, MIT have close to 1.3 trillion. And how do you create at least $1 billion valuation of ventures from this place? Then more than 1,000 patent. So my friend Pranav is sitting there. He advises many colleges on IP. And he was telling why 1,000? It should be 10,000. Yeah. So the next one, go back one more thing, Pranav. Go back and look at how do you do large number of skilling program. And one of the things is we are an autonomous university. We can design skilling program in partnership with the TCS, Wipro, and other colleagues from industry here. We can design this program and launch it. Okay, let's move into the, So these are the 9 converging technologies, starting from next-gen internet and computing, robotics and autonomous system, fintech and digital economy, quantum computing, then agri-tech and food tech, energy and green tech, and space tech and defense. Last one is Industry 5.0. So I know we have 5 minutes to summarize, isn't it? So let me now get into how do we do this. First we discuss why we are doing this. Then we discuss what is this program all about, CFT. Now let me tell you how are we planning to execute this, and that is the hardest part of it, and that is the funnest part of my life in terms how do you make it, that journey filled with the fun. So with that, what we are going to do is, it is a quick summary, undergraduation, post-graduation, then fellowship programs as well as certification program. Then what we are looking at, move into the next slide please. Strategic partnership. That is very, very important. We cannot do this without industry partnership, alliance partnership with the foreign university, with the government and policy makers and scientific community like Dr. Ashutosh who is sitting here. Without their commitment and collaboration, we cannot make it. And this is where I appeal all of you to come together. And today we have only a small representation of our partnership, but I want to show a little bit. Interest of time, I'll quickly skip it. So one of the area we identified is next-gen internet and computing partners. We are reaching out to each one of them. And once this place is ready, we are going to invite them to come and see it. Today, many of you flew from Wipro, Accenture, TCS, IBM, Meta, to really understand and part of this celebration. And some of you already signed MOU with us, and some of you agreed to sign in the coming days and weeks. So this is how we are mapping. Look at this. We already, Wipro team is here. Microsoft is agreed to partner with us. Then we have Accenture representative is there. Shekhar is here. Then we have TCS already signed. Then IBM already signed with us. Moving to the next one, I'll just take a few more slides in interest of time. Robotics and mobility. Go back into robotics and mobility. We are reaching out to these institutions on robotics and mobility. We are one of the leading robotics company in Bangalore, Machani Robotics. You have seen RIA. I'll have a 2 minutes interaction with it. Then you can see also desktop version. So robotics, industrial robotics, humanoid, autonomous vehicle, and all these things is very, very important for us. Apart from RIA, we also have Virya. We'll talk about in autonomous mobility. So these are the companies we are looking at this. Agri-tech and food tech, we have seen M-Planet and a couple of other partners who are here. Energy and green tech, we are talking to these partners to come and set up. Then space tech and defense, ISRO, DRDO. Then you can see a lot of private companies also coming up in a big way. And how do you partner with them? Industry 5.0 in terms of, go back into one minute. We are talking to Siemens, we are talking to ABB, and we are talking to many players in the Industry 5.0. And to summarize, we are reaching out to GCCs, Global Capability Centers in India like Accenture. We are talking to other MNCs, then startup partners through our ISF Foundation and Junicorns. And we are also talking to research institutions across the globe. We have Santa Monica representative here, James. And James runs an organization which really train students for IAS and civil service. And if 10 students get admitted every year, 6 of them from their institute. And they also run a higher education abroad called Santa Monica. 850 universities are partners. So we are reaching out to them to enable CFT in our institute. So moving to the next one, this is a quick one. We are looking at tech infrastructure, curriculum framework, talent development, all the areas on 9 converging technologies, and also Moonshot potential in each vertical. We are mapping it and see how we can really accelerate this. So let me conclude this. A couple of more slides. It's on the time frame. Go back into one. As I said, I will call this as a day 0, even not day 1. Today is we want to really show a collective commitment for a great journey ahead of us, which is going to really help not only India to achieve 50 trillion economy, but also provide India as a human capital for converging technologies, and also encourage students to be job providers, not seekers. Chaudhary Garu will talk about more it. And we have activated phases, like foundational phase 0 to 3 months. And these are a kind of not a waterfall. It's a kind of overlap with each other. Then activation is what we are doing now. Then we want to operationalize in next to 6 to 12 months, where you'll see a lot of activity happening from here. And Fourth phase is scaling and showing real impact. What we had spoke about the scorecard is what we are planning to do it. With that, I would like to summarize, maybe with your permission, I'll read it out. This is one thing I always passionate about is the future does not arrive fully informed or formed. And it is to build by those willing to imagine boldly and converge deeply, and we have to act now. We want people to create future. Normally we say be part of the future, but we want to create future. That's the reason our tagline is invent tomorrow today. We have to invent. Don't others to invent for us, and we have to adopt it. That's the tagline we are doing it. With that, thank you very much. With your permission, I'll have a small interaction with Ria for a minute. And if Ria team can really, yeah. So Ria is earlier it's called, in Hong Kong based company, I think it was Sophia. Now we renamed as Ria. And this is a humanoid. We are doing use cases for education, how Ria can be a teacher. We are using use cases of nursing assistant, how Ria can do nursing assistant. And the last one, not the least one, when you get time, there is a booth, how to use Ria for elderly care. One of the biggest problem in elderly care is loneliness, isn't it? People are lonely. All of us are busy. We don't have time to spend, including me, to spend with our parents and grandparents. So Ria will be a companion for elderly people. More important, if elderly people are not given an opportunity to talk, express, and challenge, their cognitive power will come down. So Ria will be a cognitive companion. You'll see a use case in the corner. Please go and spend some time in all our stalls. We will also walk you through that. With your permission, I'll take a little conversation. Internet is very slow. Otherwise, Ria is spontaneous. It may take few seconds to respond because of the internet. So let me try few conversation with Ria. Ready? Hi, Ria. Hi, Ria. Good morning.
Hello. How are you?
Thanks, Ria. Can you tell me what is the biggest thing happening today in India?
The biggest event today in India is the CFT Inauguration Day at the B.E.S.T Innovation University, showcasing cutting-edge technology across various fields. Exciting times ahead.
Thank you, Ria. Can you give your view on what is CFT and how do we implement CFT exponentially in this campus?
CFT, the Center for Future Technology, is a hub for cutting-edge innovation. Implement it by fostering collaboration, investing in tech education, and creating a culture of constant growth and learning on campus.
Thank you, Ria. All the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sreekanth sir, for that inspiring section and setting the direction for the future of CFT. And next, for another leadership keynote, it is my absolute privilege to invite Padma Shri Dr. Ashutosh Sharma ji, the Scientific Chair to CFT, to address the gathering. Very welcome, sir.
Good morning. Are also people up there? It is not something, I have to move here. Okay, what? No, this is fine. This is better now, right? Yeah. So good morning. This is a historic moment. As was already pointed out by Ria, that this is a historic moment. But of course, we may have to make sure that we replace Ria by Pia very soon. Priya, right? Because so that has a profound message. What it means is that when we are looking at AI, we need to develop our own AI. One of the most dangerous 4 words that I hear in India, they say there is already an app for this. They would say there is an AIP for this. But we need to develop our own technology, which is local, which is relevant, which has direction, which understands India, and which understands our problems and provides solutions for it. And I'm very sure that the Center for Future Technologies would be uniquely placed to look at developing things that matter to India. We're talking about convergence of technologies here, but the center itself is a convergence of the vision of Shri Ram Madhavji, then the solid support, the solidity provided by Shri Bharatlalji, the energy and activity provided by Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, and now, of course, the activity that I see with the whole building team and CEO, Sreekanth. So this is a great effort. It has a beginning, but it will have no end. 10 years down the road, when you would look at this day, when you would look at this moment, you say this was the beginning of something great, something that's going to outlast all of us. So let me give a very quick introduction to what I think CFT would be doing. So we learned about 9 verticals of deep technology. We learned about 4 platforms that go across them. So the way to think about modern world today, there are 2 different ways of thinking about it. One is what you would call X plus AI. X is one of the verticals plus AI that you tag on to that vertical, like transport, health, energy, water, all of that stuff. The another way to look at the world is to say AI plus X, which means AI is right at the center. It's looking at all those problems in these sectors, 9 sectors, which can be sorted out with AI. So AI plus X, I think, is going to be the mantra, the DNA of this particular center. Now, this is huge. This is extremely huge because today we need people in AI, skills in AI who are not just pure AI, but who understand the sector where AI is going to find application. So this would be a great opportunity. Today in India, there are about 4 lakh AI skilled workforce. I mean, 4 lakh, that's an estimate. But the number of jobs which are required today with AI skills in a sector is about 10 lakhs. So we have a deficit of about 50% running in these jobs, which have to be supplied. So deep tech combined with AI is indeed the future. And this particular center, I'll tell you what kind of deep tech it would not do. Okay, but before I come to what kind of deep tech that this can pursue, I'm going to tell you a joke. And the reason I'm telling you this is a joke because people don't laugh at my jokes. So I'm telling you in advance about that this is a joke. So how many deep tech PhDs does it take to change a bulb, a light bulb? What's the answer to that? It takes 1 deep tech PhD to change the light bulb, but after 7 years, $80 million of funding, 3 failed projects, and all of that. So the deep tech that the center would pursue would not be of that kind. So what it would do basically is look at the relevance and direction of where the solutions are needed. Now there are 3 ways of solving a problem. People here know Hindi, right? Everybody knows Hindi. So there are 3 ways of solving a problem, and I'll tell you what kind of instrument would be used in the center here. So 3 ways of solving a problem is called Jugaad, Dhanda, and Panga. Jugaad and Dhanda is out, okay, because Dhanda is business as usual. So you're going to be solving problem with 2% rate of change annual, which means it's going to take 2 centuries before we actually even begin to look at the problems which are exponential in nature. It was already pointed out by Sreekanth very ably. The problem with exponential problems is that the mind responds to them linearly, and this is something I'll actually teach Sreekanth, and he would see actually what happens in reality on the ground. So while the technology is exponential, the response of society and the mind to that challenge is always linear with a small slope. So point is, how do we accelerate that particular aspect? It's not about technology. Technology will overcome all of us, it will overtake all of us running. So point is, how do we actually catch up with technology, with that world? So this particular center would look at not only the march of technology, but what do we do with the mind actually to match that march of technology, which is in fact the most critical aspect. Today we don't have too much time, but we all heard about Industry 4.0. We know about Industry 5.0. And of course, Industry 6.0 is around the corner. how do we actually prepare people? How do we prepare our young people for all these things which are changing very fast? So Industry 4.0 had to do with automation. We cut the man from the loop in Industry 4.0. But now we realize that man has to be in the loop. So Industry 5.0 basically emphasizing three things, all of which will be part of this center. What is it emphasizing? It's emphasizing putting people in center, in loop, which means also interface between man and machine. So the future jobs will not only be a man looking for a job, but it'll be a man looking for a job with his machine. So the relation between man and machine becomes critical. And that's the skill, robotics, as it's called, that we need to develop. Second aspect is sustainability. So we cannot have mindless growth without bounds. I love to talk about this. In fact, 19th we have inauguration of a AI city in Bangalore, where I would talk exclusively about what I call Asuric AI. Very important concept, which you would see within 20 years of your life as to what it means. Now we need to bring in skills in our people, which basically look at, hey, what are the Asuric elements of AI and how do we cut it out? Now, what do I mean by that? He's saying, look, we already know that AI is going to accelerate growth. What does it mean? It's going to accelerate carbon emissions. What does it mean? It's going to get to the climate change faster than without AI. So this is not a critique of AI, by no means. It is a critique of the mind that we are going to be producing. It's a critique of the ownership of AI instruments that would be producing. It's about the local optimization with extraction, which is maximized, which is a critique. So all of this stuff has to go into minds of our young. It's never too late. So the journey on which we are starting now, we are not late, we are early. And these are the years that are going to seed the consciousness of the use of AI in the society. So we must produce pioneers, not simply people who are going to be, little followers. It's not simply to produce, he's saying, look, all our technology is going to come from abroad, and we are going to be little users of that technology without understanding what it means, or to produce our own technology. To give you an example, and then I will conclude. We all know about LLM, right? LLM is exactly like the steam engine of Industry 1.0. So it's highly centralized, it's highly extractive, it's going to shape the society in ways in which we cannot foresee it today. What is the option? What is the alternative? The small language models which are locally produced are sector specific. So the general model does not deal with the artisans of Bundelkhand. It can deal with certain kind of things that it's good at dealing with. But when we look at our problems, when we look at the diversity of India, this becomes the market for the world. Never let anybody convince you, no matter if you come from this or that great university of the world, that you be the follower and I will be your leader. Never have that kind of mindset. We have lived with that mindset very long. Now our young people have to develop the confidence that they can lead the world, and the reason they can lead the world is very simple. The richness of data and market and youth, not available anywhere else in the world. So if we do not build on that strength, then we have lost actually a historical opportunity. And so while we focus on technology, we focus on deep tech, we focus on AI, we must focus on building the mind of our people, which would all make it possible to become leaders, to solve our problems. To give you another example, when we look at natural language processing, now our task, you see, Indian population, only 10% work in English. So if we are going to be using, if we are not using our AI models, which actually converse with us in the local language, then we are going to be missing out opportunities which are provided by 90% of our population. So these are some very simple, common sense things that we talk about. This is not deep tech, but it has a very intimate relation with deep tech. How we are going to develop it, how we are going to employ it, and how it is going to lead to not just somebody monetizing our data and our youth and our minds, but we ourselves actually producing the opportunity right here in this land. I will conclude by giving an example that each one of you can identify immediately, okay, about what I'm talking about. You see, maybe about 8 years ago, I woke up one morning. I wake up every morning, but this morning also I woke up and I said, hey, the maps I am using are actually not produced by an Indian company. So I said, why they are not being produced by an Indian company? Because data is ours. In fact, the maps, the digital maps are produced by Indians sitting in Bangalore, in our vicinity. I know all of them. I talk to them. So we have the human resources. We had the science and technology. It's our data, but we are not monetizing it. And this is happening across many sectors, all the deep tech sectors, whether it is the social, media. All of this is not being monetized by us, even though it's being developed by us. It is our attention, it is our energy, it's our resources which are going in there. So why do you think that is the case? So I don't need to answer all the questions that I ask. This is a homework assignment. And that we are going to actually solve this problem in this center. So we must have that mindset seeded. Sreekanth ji, we must take note of this. And I will periodically remind you that AI is not only technology. The deep tech is not only technology. It is a character that we build in our people who are going to handle this technology. And if we can do that in this center, we would actually break a new ground. And you would be the model for the entire country about how actually you do these technologies which have a different purpose, which have a different orientation, even if the same technology tool. So technology is global, but our mindset is local, and this is what we call glocal. So we not just become simply digital clerks and digital coolies, and we have to make sure that we are the digital general managers of the world. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, for those insightful perspectives on deep tech research and innovation. So we now move on to our keynote sessions. So first, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Srinivasa Shekhar Joisula, the Chief Technology Officer of Accenture, to share his insights on convergence of technologies and the evolving digital ecosystem. So please invite him onto the stage with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. A very warm good afternoon to everyone. Respected guests, many dignitaries here, Dr. Ram Madhav, Dr. Rupa Vasudevan, Bharaji, Sreekanth, my dear friend, and other eminent people out here, and many industry and academic friends out here. Thank you for inviting me, first of all, to kind of to be with you on such both an auspicious occasion, but me coming from both the technology and corporate world, such an important event for us to kind of bring such a thought leadership, Center for Future Technologies into this ecosystem that I actually see. When I came in here, I was kind of looking for where is this place and how do I kind of connect this Center for Future Technologies with the openness that I'm seeing. But I think there is great vision from everything Dr. Rupa Vasudevan and Dr. Sreekanth talked about. So very pleased with what is ahead of us here. With that, I kind of wanted, the topic that I kind of want to talk about is, I think we kind of heard both the Vice Chancellor and Sri and Dr. Ashutosh here talk about technologies, the vision for Center for Future Technologies, and Dr. Ashutosh particularly talked about AI in the mix of all the converging technologies that we are kind of living in. And that's a fact. There's no taking away the fact that AI has arrived. If I were to ask in this place, anyone who's not used AI in the last 24 hours, if you have not used AI in the last 24 hours, please raise your hand. I see one hand, but I'll kind of challenge that after the session. But the reality is 99% at least have kind of said they already use AI in the day-to-day life. That's the fact. So kind of combine the arrival of AI into our day-to-day life, combine AI coming into the lives of jobs and corporate of everything that we kind of do, is merely tells us that it has arrived, and there is no denying the fact. What does it mean for us? And why is AI is kind of really taking that attention? And the few minutes that I'm here, I really would want to kind of give you the perspective from how we see this from a corporate side, from an IT enterprise, IT industry side, because that's where a lot of the concentration. We kind of tend to attach AI with IT and IT enterprises, IT-enabled services, but not with common life. But the very answer that all of you gave actually busts that myth that AI is not just for IT and IT-enabled services, but it is for a common man. And all the convergence technologies that are out there as CFT vision really brings fact to the point that AI is not just for the so-called MNCs. I might represent that, but it's not just for the MNCs and IT enterprises. I think we heard Shri talk about industrial revolution, which took about 80 years. And I may not kind of go back to the Stone Age of invention of fire is an industrial revolution. Invention of wheel is an industrial revolution, but we may not go so back into the Stone Age. If you kind of come into the 20th century and said, when the textile revolution happened, it took about 80 years, the whole textile industry to come from the European world to Indian world. And we as in India, we've actually faced the difficulty of not adopting that industrial revolution as fast as the Westerners did. Dr. Ram Madhav is here as a policy holder and policy maker and others. We've kind of seen in the 20th century the difficulty that Indian industry and particularly textile industry faced because we did not adopt the technology. But nonetheless, we had 80, 90 years, probably about 100 years to actually adopt it and make it our own. Come 1990, the internet age gave us about 30 years, 20 years to really be good at it. And we took about 15 years in India to kind of say we are here. But the things have changed. The whole AI revolution has kind of changed it to months and even days. Right? As in the corporate, we kind of talk about November 2022 as the period of the tsunami of AI coming and hitting us. As that November 2022 to where we are today in 2026, in about 3.5 years, the world has changed in terms of how we look at technology and how we actually embed that into our technologies. The simple reason for that is a point that Shri actually had it on his slide, productivity. And Dr. Ashutosh also talked about it. It's really about productivity. Every industrial revolution, the reason why it kind of took its ground is because of the productivity it drives into the area that it actually makes an impact. Right? What we could kind of do in the textile world, we were able to do it much faster, and therefore that is productivity. And the same is applying in IT today. And IT, when applied to different business services, is driving productivity. And with every increase in productivity, GDP increases, and that's kind of really, if there are macroeconomists here, they would kind of tell that formula in a very effective manner. So that productivity improvement in IT is driving more job creation than job replacement. So I think myth number one for all the students that are probably hearing this conversation today is AI is here. AI will replace jobs, but will not reduce the net number of jobs. I think that's the first point that I actually want to state here. And we are seeing this as IT companies where we kind of attach AI to be, we are seeing that. None of the IT companies technically are reducing the number of people. What they're reducing is the mix of skills within that group. And I'll kind of tell you, as we're coming from the industry, about 2.5 years ago, about 10% of my recruitment used to be on AI skills. Today, 60% of my recruitment is on AI skills. That's a huge opportunity for something like Center for Future Technologies, huge opportunity for the best innovation university students to actually kind of take confidence that they are entering an area, entering the time that is very encouraging, that is future filled with optimism. Second topic that I want to kind of look at from an industry when we look at is what are the types of resources, what are the types of people that we are recruiting, and how is it changing the composition of skills when these technologies come together into the workplace. All of us have grown, I can see at least the people in front of me, all of us have grown in an era where a company is a pyramid. There are senior people wearing these clothes, these jackets like us, about 40 years, 30 years of experience. Then there is the middle management, and there is the lower management. And as everyone who's gone to an MBA school would have learned this organizational behavior lesson which said everyone needs to have a span of control. Right? And if you have a span of control from beyond 4 or 6, it is not effective. So always build a pyramid with a span of control that has an equation. And that is how we have kind of added people in that pyramid. Gone are those days. Now your bottom pyramid is actually, the big thing that's kind of happening with AI is it is starting to impact on the bottom of the pyramid, not from the top of the pyramid. There is a challenge for all of us as leaders to kind of actually take this journey, but the impact is happening at the bottom of the pyramid. And what is a pyramid is now becoming a diamond shape. And that is huge impact for what skills that needs to come in and for all the students who are kind of coming in, because you now need to kind of understand that if you do not have what Dr. Ashutosh said, AI plus X skill, you are not relevant. And AI only skill is not relevant. X skill is not relevant. It is the AI plus X skill that is really relevant. Right? So when this inverted pyramid come into picture, which is where the risk of job taking away the jobs, that's the kind of where the fear of job taking away comes in. But we as leaders, CFT and academics and industry need to create that pipeline that takes away the fear, but more prepares this huge workforce that kind of comes into the economy every year to be prepared for that. So kind of, as leaders in the industry, we're kind of really grappling with this question, which kind of said, do I recruit a 10-year experienced manager who's probably mediocre in everything that he does? Right? Because in the past, we've kind of equated years of experience with expertise. In the past, we have equated seniority with value. That is gone. Why would Sam Altman be so powerful today if that old equation existed? As simple as that. And, right? So I was kind of speaking to a venture capitalist and a founder, one of the startup founders, just a week ago in a conversation. He had a company of 20 people with an ambition to create a valuation of 1 billion. 20 people with an ambition to create a 1 billion valuation. How many of us in the past would have realized, would have kind of even dared to dream a $1 billion ambition with 20 people? Probably we could have asked for that with a $1 billion company is no short of 4,000 or 5,000 people. That's the kind of disruptive thinking that is happening, and that is where I think the CFT's vision of the 10x thinking really comes into picture, because the old school thinking about pyramid structures are gone. So the myth that I want to kind of, third myth that I want to bust for people coming into the world, pyramid structures are gone. It is the new structure that we need to look at. The fourth myth that I want to kind of bust the myth, valuation and value is not linked to size, span, or years of experience. It is the value that one brings in with his skills about AI plus domain, not just one or the other, right? So I think that's really the way, and all of these concepts together really brings to the point about AI augmented workforce, and do I kind of really have an AI ready workforce to enter our economy. And when I mean economy, not just the IT economy, but also our mainstream economy. Right? I think a lot of us, we kind of get carried away because I keep saying this AI is not just for the IT economy. That's really a Bangalore culture probably, where you kind of go out into what we call the countryside, the villages, that's tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. When this mass transition happens, it is not just about the IT companies. It is about how do we use AI for crops? How do we use AI for mining? How do we use AI for healthcare? And all of these are areas that are likely to be replaced. And the National Skills Development Corporation, I think the AI mission, the investments from the government of India are all a huge enablers for us as proud Indian citizens to be ready for that Vision 2047. So on that note, I actually really kind of want to call out the initiative for Center for Future Technologies. I want to kind of call out both for academia and for industry to kind of really come together and play our part in individual or organizational capacities to prepare India and our next generation for the times to change. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Sri.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful address. We are now presenting a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed speaker. So once again, requesting Shekhar sir to please come to the stage to receive a token of our appreciation. And to present the memento, let us invite our respected chairman, Shri Bharatlal Meena ji, onto the stage. Thank you so much once again, Shekhar ji, for that wonderful presentation. And now we move on to our next keynote address. Let us invite Mr. J.A. Chowdhury, the President of Indian Startup Foundation, to speak on the journey in India's deep tech startup ecosystem. So ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Mr. J.A. Chowdhury with a huge round of applause to have his address.
Good morning to all of you. I want to thank Sreekanth and his team for inviting me to be part of this function. I also congratulate the B.E.S.T Innovation University for setting up the India's first CFT Institution of Excellence, bringing all the technologies. See, I've been working with many educational institutions and trying to understand what they're doing. In fact, when I came here, I met a lot of corporate people, and some of them were telling that the future people are not going to look at the degrees, what degrees they're coming from Stanford or IIT or XYZ institutions and all that, what knowledge they have. And also they told me that the people who are less than 18 years are better suited, particularly in this kind of a AI world, everything is changing so fast. And I totally agree with them, because I've been running an organization called International Startup Foundation, and we invested in about more than 70 deep tech startup companies through the ISF. And of late, I found many rural startups, they're coming out with very innovative ideas, and they're trying to solve the real problems, not the problems of Donald Trump or somebody else in Silicon Valley and all that. They're actually identifying their local, hyper-local problems and trying to solve innovatively and trying to scale it up and all that. That's when I realized that I think we need to do something. In fact, when I was traveling from Puttaparthi to come to this place, it's all wilderness, and I didn't see any flashy buildings, and I really appreciate Bharatji for identifying this location. It's really a true rural. I belong to Anantapur district. My native place is very close to this area. And Anantapur we used to call, Ananta means infinite, infinitely poor district. All of us, when I was studying, there are no factories here, at least now Kia Motors and others have come, no water because it's drought-prone district. So we have to somehow study and get a job and survive. So this is infinitely poor district. I think guts for you to select. You are setting up a innovation university in this kind of remote areas. So today the innovation is the key thing. And the experiment what I have done, when I went to a small place called Soro village, one of my friends from Orissa invited me to participate in a function. I was not knowing anything about that village. It is about 5.5 hours drive from Bhubaneswar. I went there, When I went there, I saw nearly 4,000 to 5,000 government school kids. They were all assembled. They were telling what they are doing and all that. One group of girls, they came to me, sir, we are launching a micro satellite built by us. Can you come to inaugurate that? And they were using a helium balloon to launch it. I said, yes, I'll come. Let me see what you have done. Then they, in my presence, they launched the satellite. I thought that it's a media kind of a gimmick. They must have put some stones in it and one box, and they must have released it. The other girl came, sir, since you worked in ISRO, I'll show you how we are using the telemetry, telecommand systems and monitor all the pressure parameters, oxygen levels, at what height this thing. Then I went to see that on the computer, and they were monitoring all those things. I was really stunned. And they were all, now many of them not even wearing sandals. That poor students, that too from government school kids. I asked them, how did you learn this? Space technology is not easy. Even though I come from IIT Madras, even for me to build a satellite, it's not that easy. How did you do that? Then they said, they introduced me one NRI from the same village. He lives in Chicago. Sir, he's the one who helped us. He set up a small lab for us. Every 6 months he comes here and he teaches us what YouTube material we have to go through, and from Chicago also keeps guiding. And everything through Ekalavya education, we learned everything. We built the whole satellite. Even the outer case was 3D printed by them. They were so confidently explaining in English, government school kids, about the space technology. In fact, one girl was telling, sir, since you worked in ISRO, can you tell this? I worked a long time ago, so it was very difficult for me to answer some of the questions. That's when I realized there are a lot of such bright students are available in the rural India. And there are no mentors. Fortunately, they had a mentor who lives in Chicago, and he has dedicated his time for doing that. But many people are not doing that. Then I coined a word called junior unicorn, rural Junicorns. And we got the trademark license also recently. So what I did, first experiment I wanted to do in 4 states, Karnataka, AP, Telangana and Orissa. We ran a competition called Rural Junicorn Competition. The competition is they have to identify their local problem and come out with an innovative solution which is scalable. That's the kind of a concept. When we ran this competition, about 40 kids got selected to the final. In fact, I'll tell you 1 or 2 examples, what kind of people we selected for the first cohort. One boy, he was studying 8th grade in one orphan school near Vijayawada. There's in Agripalli village near Gannavaram airport. And that boy, he also wanted to participate in this Junicorn competition. He thought that why can't I remove plastics and put plastics into the buildings? That was his case study. Then he went to the nearby whatever internet in their school and find out up to what temperature if you heat the plastics, he can compress it without giving the toxic gases. Then he compressed all the plastics, put the plastic, brick material around it. It seems his grandfather was a mason. So he had some knowledge about how to make the bricks and all that. So he made the brick, took the brick to nearby Siddhartha Engineering College, Civil Engineering Department, and got it tested, and he was selected. He brought that brick along with him with a certificate, and the certificate says that this brick is better than other bricks in terms of the cost, in terms of the insulation capacity, weight, and all that. When he presented, in fact, all these kids, when they were selected, sir, we can't speak in English. How can we present it in a global conference, that too in Austin, Texas, in the United States? We said, okay, we will organize some translators. In fact, one girl, she was in 9th grade in the same orphan school. Somebody's phone? Oh, my phone. Sorry. So, this girl asked me, Jay sir, if I am selected, can you really take me to America? Yes, if you are selected, definitely I'll take you to America. That America thing is still working in the minds of most of the Indians. These kids who said that we cannot present it in English, By the time they came to Austin, Texas, they gave excellent presentation. What is the problem they identified? What is the solution? How it is scalable? How much money is required? All these 40 kids, they got funding. And some of the kids, in fact, some people from USA, they became the co-founders along with them. Now they're taking those companies to the next level. After seeing the first cohort, in fact, when I saw them, when they visited NASA space shuttle, all these kids, they never saw even an aeroplane. And we took them all the way to US, and they were in NASA and space shuttle. I could see the glow in their faces. In fact, some kids, sir, whatever you have done to us, even without mentorship, without any money, funding and all that, we will figure out how we can exceed in our lives. That's the kind of confidence they had. So when we brought them back, I thought that the experiment is working. Next cohort, we ran this competition in 18 states, including states like Bihar, Madhya Pradesh and all that. We selected about 72 students. We brought them to Hyderabad for final demo day. Many GCC heads and investors, they were all there to select and we selected another 50 students. We took them this time to Dubai before this war, whatever is happening. Before that, we were there in Dubai. It's a 2-day conference. And we also had an exhibition for these kids, what products they have and all that. 4 girls from Kakinada, when we told them, you have to select a local problem. They went to nearby areas. They were all banana growers. And after taking out the banana crop, they were throwing all the banana stems everywhere. They thought, how can we solve this problem? They took all the banana stems, took the white portion inside the banana stem. They created a chocolate, edible chocolate, and 4 varieties of chocolate they created. All the chocolates they brought along with them to demonstrate in Dubai. And one chocolate company, friend of P.S. sir, where is P.S. sir? P.S. sir, thank you. He brought one of his friends, he owns a big chocolate company, 10,000 crore chocolate company. And the chairman's son, young fellow, Mitesh, right, his name? Yeah. He was there participating in our Junicorn conference in Dubai. He saw these girls having those edible chocolates made out of banana. Immediately he came to me, Jay sir, can I acquire this company? I said, I don't know, because they're all studying first year engineering, one university in Andhra Pradesh. I need to check up with them. And I also told him, see, you are a young fellow. I don't know whether you have decision-making authority. Unless you bring your dad, who is the chairman of the company, then only I can announce that, yes, there's a company is willing to acquire this chocolate company. We had a program in Hyderabad where we invited a lot of GCC heads, investors and all that. In that, this boy, Mitesh, he brought his father. In front of the media, he announced, yes, we are acquiring this chocolate company from Kakinada. That was the first Junicorn company getting acquired by another big company. After seeing these 2 cohorts, we are not even 9 months old. We started the journey about 9 months back. In the 2 cohorts, we got so much of confidence. Yes, if only we identify real mentors, we can actually transform the rural India. So I started tom-tomming everywhere. I went to Silicon Valley, went to East Coast. I requested all my friends who are in the senior positions in the industry, investors and all that. So can you mentor these people? Everybody said, yes, sir, I am busy, I am having this company, I am having another, I don't have that time and all that. Then I asked them, how many movies in a week you watch? Maybe 1 or 2. Can you sacrifice one movie, give the time to mentor weekly 1 hour to one of the, you can select your own rural kids. If it is only 1 hour a week, we can mentor. Then we started the program. Today we have thousands of such mentors. They are selecting the people wherever the mentorship is really making all the rural people. Otherwise, they would have gone into the wrong side. Most of these kids were getting into drugs. Drug addiction was happening. In my village, I come from Batalpalli, very close by. One audit NGO was conducting a no drugs campaign. I asked them, why are you conducting a small village? No, sir, drugs are getting pushed everywhere. So from drug addiction, if you want to pull them to the right kind of addiction, another good addiction is required. I thought entrepreneurial addiction can pull all the drug addicts. Today, I am very confident. A lot of people like P. Siddharth Reddy, who was comes from a very big business family, left everything, he joined my program. Like that, a lot of people are coming, and hopefully we'll be able to create more unicorns, soonicorns from the rural India, because they are the ones who got a lot of innovative ideas, and they are identifying the local problems which are not been solved by all these government people eating away all the money for decades of our independence. And these people are trying to identify those problems, solving the problems effectively. So that's what I am doing right now. I request the help from all of you to become mentors for the Junicorns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and requesting you to please stay back on the stage to receive a small token of appreciation. And once again, requesting our chairman, Sri Bharat Meena ji, to present the memento to our speaker. Thank you so much once again, sir. And thank you, Sri Bharat Meena ji. And now we arrive at a very special segment, the Grand Keynote Address. It is my absolute honor to invite Dr. Rao Madhav, the President of India Foundation, to deliver his address on technology, geopolitics, and India's strategic leadership in innovation. So please welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. As a student of engineering, I read a book called How to Win Friends by Dale Carnegie. Many of you would have also read it. If one of you were to write a parody to it, How to Win Enemies, so you will certainly include a point that you should be the last speaker in such a grand event. And you will be speaking after so many wise men, intelligent men spoke. A dumb fellow like you will be the last speaker. Sure way to win more enemies. So Bharatlalji and Rupaji put me in that very awkward situation. I'm supposed to be the last speaker, but this is called the grand keynote. But bear with me for some time. Let me, at the very outset, like many of my previous speakers, congratulate both Meenaji and Rupaji for translating one idea which we discussed. I know that ideas have long shelf life. In fact, they have longer shelf life than humans. But here is an idea which we discussed very animatedly, but very informally, I would say, sometime last year, that India needs institutions that focus on future tech. And in less than a year, I see that idea translating into a kind of an institution today. My heartiest congratulations to both the leaders of this institution, Bharatlalji and Rupa Vasudevanji. I'm sure that this institution will create future-ready youth force in our country. That should be the aim of such institutions, not just supplying, I'm sorry, Shekhar and others use the word workforce repeatedly in their speeches, not just about supplying workforce for the present-day needs of our digital industry, technology industry, but also creating young minds that can really operate in the future space. There was just mention about answering, trying to find solutions to future challenges. I would say we need youngsters who can find answers to questions that don't exist. You do not know that question today. Can you first imagine that question? What will be that question 20 years from now? What will be that challenge that you will face in this sphere of technology 10 to 15 years from now? Then can you find answers to that non-existing question today? That is the kind of ability we have to build in our country. Why I'm saying this is we are very romantic when it comes to ideas. We are a very romantic nation. I always say this with all due respect, that we don't think anything short of being Vishwaguru. We want to be the global leaders. But that's a very romantic idea. How equipped are you to reach that level? That is where it's not enough to be thinking romantic about the future of our own careers and future of our own society and country, but also to build that ability and capability in our youngsters, in our generations. I'm sure this institution will certainly strive towards not only building a workforce for the present needs of the industry, but also a generation that can think futuristically about many of these challenges. I don't come from technology space per se. Also, I have some background of technology as a student. I come from policy space. Coming from policy space and looking at this whole challenge, I am worried about something slightly different, about which there was some reference in Professor Ashutosh Sharma's intervention earlier. The challenge is when the West acquired certain technological prowess through industrial revolution or whatever you say, when they, first of all, mastered the technology of gunpowder, for example, they immediately started colonizing the world. When they mastered technologies, they used those technologies to colonize the world. We were also victims of that colonization for several centuries. We are heading towards a different kind of colonization. This is digital colonization. In this new colonization era, those who have the capital, who have the sovereign power, will be the masters. But remember, that sovereign power is no longer the land, the territory. It is the intelligence. In this new deep tech era, it is the capital of intelligence, both human and machine intelligence. When we talk today about intelligence, it's not just about humans. Human and machine intelligence together is going to rule the world. So there will be intelligence haves and intelligence have-nots in the world. That is where India's biggest challenge is. You want to remain an intelligence have-not and continue to serve as a slave in this new digital world? Or you want to really rise as an intelligent power in the world? Where does this intelligence come from? Today, it starts with your critical minerals. Do you have the ability to process them? Do you have the ability to build GPUs? Do you have the ability to supply the kind of energy needs, green energy, that is needed for your optical communication systems today? Do you have the ability to build those data centers that will stack hundreds of thousands of GPUs? Do you have that ability? This is the hardware part of it. Can you build that hardware? May I tell you, in our country, we may have critical minerals, some of them, not all of them, some of them we may have them. We may be able to mine them, but we can't process them. We do not have the technology to process them. You simply have to supply them to China or some European country for processing. Of course, don't ask me about GPUs. In the whole world, there are hardly 8-10 companies that make GPUs. And known ones are one NVIDIA and one AMD. I was just checking. There is a robo here. That robo has a GPU in it. And that GPU is not ours. That GPU is NVIDIA GPU. So we need to develop that capability in our country. Forget about capability. We don't have GPUs used in our system in the country today. In the entire country in India today, because it's an India government's mission, government's AI mission tells me that we have hardly 36 to 38,000 GPUs in our country. 36 to 38,000. You know, Grok, which we use all the time on X, uses 200,000 GPUs. One Grok. Meta uses more than 600,000 GPUs. The whole country has 38,000 GPUs in our country. Meaning you are not equipped for that kind of technological, the word that Shekhar used, tsunami, that is going to inundate you. So the challenge is to actually now address this question of sovereignty also. Don't just address the immediate challenge of workforce. Of course, you need 60% AI skilled workers. You will get it. I'm sure CFT will also produce those workers, and today IITs are doing it. Associations and others are creating many new institutions. They will create that workforce. But what about that bigger challenge of sovereignty? Prime Minister keeps repeatedly talking about it. He talks about sovereign AI, sovereign AI. He's only talking about AI sovereignty. I'm generally talking about the whole digital sovereignty in this country. We need to equip ourselves to stand on our own feet. I identified 3 challenges in this. Let me just mention those 3 challenges and close. Number 1 challenge is capital. Where is that capital? This is a capital-intensive area. And we are not spending money. I'm sorry, here there are corporates, representatives sitting here. You are not spending money. Capital is not going to come. FDI, foreign inflow of capital is on negative side today in India. It's not coming because there is something called capital nationalization also. Countries want to use entire capital in their own country. They don't want to give to you freely. And you know what is happening in our country? We are not investing on R&D at all. R&D, innovation area, is today an orphan. Whatever investment happens only through government. There was that reference to, Anusandhan R&D mission. There is reference to semiconductor mission. There is reference to quantum mission, AI mission. Through these missions, government is spending. But where is the private money? $1 trillion per annum is what US and China spend on R&D. $1 trillion. You know how much we spend? 75 billion. We are less than 1/10 of what those countries are spending. And out of the 75 billion also, 70 to 80% is spent by the government. And I work closely with the government, but I can tell you, government spending means 50% inefficiency. It's not efficient spending. There is no private capital coming in. I can tell you, obviously I won't name the companies. I know a company whose balance sheet shows its annual turnover to be 170 lakh crore. Its R&D investment is 44 crore. How do we justify this? So first and foremost challenge is to find capital in this area. We need to find money that is invested in deep tech R&D in our country. Otherwise, perpetually borrow it from outside. And the second challenge is our education and institutional infrastructure. You know, it's again great worry for us. India ranks 51st in human capital and research, 51st. 54th in institutions. 72nd in research infrastructure. We don't have world-class labs in our country. This infrastructure is our biggest challenge. We need to build world-class infrastructure for developing this kind of deep tech knowledge, deep tech capabilities. We are not able to, unfortunately, do that. There is something called technology readiness level. TRL, they call it. TRL 9 is considered to be innovation and industry collaboration. That is technology, TRL 9. We are at TRL 1, 2, 3, where we produce papers. TRL 4, 5 is lab level. We don't even reach lab level. 90% of our papers remain papers, they don't reach labs. You know, we had this big problem with these missions. Government created missions, AI mission, quantum mission. They sought applications, hundreds of applications came. But applications came for spending 5 years, 6 years. They needed a given amount of money to do research. For what? For producing a good quality paper. What this mission needs is a product. What we want to produce is a paper. This gap between paper and product is very huge in India. Remember, countries like America, countries like China, because you have to take them as the benchmark, because they are the leaders. They bridged this gap between paper and the product. The innovation and the industry, the gap was bridged. In our country, we are taking baby steps in that. And I'm sorry to say that talking about papers, China produces 1 million research papers a year. US produces 550 to 600,000. With great push by our government, we reached 200,000 papers today. But even in that, when you check the citation index, in citation index, only 10% of our papers qualify for citations. We need to improve this. This can't go on in these universities. Institutions have to really tighten their belts. But my biggest and third, in a way, last concern is technology and speed. We have become a catch-up country. We are happy with catching up. First bullet train ran in Japan in 1966. First high-speed rail began in China in 1999. 30 years behind China, 60 years behind Japan, we are trying to get that bullet train to India. We have not yet succeeded. But we are assuming that we have achieved so much progress. Catching up is important, but we need to think in terms of going ahead of the curve. When do you go ahead of the curve? When do you create your own product that the world wants to probably access from you? Even in that catch-up, as I said, we are so lethargic. I talked about China's HSR, high-speed railway. They laid out from Shanghai to Beijing. It's 400 kilometers long. Some of you would have probably traveled also on that. It's a wonderful railway system they created, high-speed rail. You cover in 3.5 hours, 400 kilometers. It took 3 years for them to do it. 1996, it was commissioned. 1999, first train ran. हमारे बुलेट ट्रेन का 2016 में पीएम साहब ने वो नारियल फोड़ा था. 2016. We don't know when that will run. You cannot be so slow. In this world, it is speed. In this world, it is technology advancements. You need to have, it's not enough that you cannot be also runs. We have done tremendous progress in space. I have great respect for it. Our Chandrayaan is a great success. We are launching satellites in the orbit. I am very proud of it. But is the speed enough? We can launch 4 to 5 space missions in a year. China launches 90 to 100 space missions in a year. US launches 250 above space missions in a year. And we are today facing huge failures. PSLV 61, 62, both failed. And when they fail, they take down with them dozens of satellites. Now the third world, which wants to use India's technology, will be scared because in India, to launch a satellite, more expenditure is on insurance. Market doesn't trust you. Friends, we need to address these challenges. You can't be just, in Indian language, there is the word alpasantoshi. Can't be alpasantoshi in this field. So we need to address these challenges. These are real concerns for India to really become a sovereign digital power in the world. Otherwise, we will be perpetually dependent on countries that have advanced. So many countries are advancing in these areas. We have to be perpetually dependent. So to end, I will make just a couple of suggestions what we need to do. First of all, shift from government to private initiatives. This whole area, you look at anywhere in the world, it grew because of the private initiatives. Many people have this misconception that in China everything is government. No, you go and ask the Chinese companies, ask Huawei, or ask any other company. This is a threefold phone created by Huawei. You can make it threefold. We don't produce normal phone also in our country. We assemble, another matter. Now, Apple today doing a lot of business from Indian assembling. But those companies had their internal competition. It's not that government simply gave them a lot of money. Yes, government supported them. Government is supporting in India also. India is giving huge incentives in this area. But so first and foremost is the private capital must come forward. In that I will put a benchmark. NVIDIA, IBM spend 10% of their turnover on R&D. Can I expect the same kind of 10% from our industry? Can they come forward? We need that kind of private intervention in this area. Top 30 families in India must come forward today. You know, in 1945, Homi Bhabha built TIFR. Some seniors probably would know the story of the TIFR. TIFR was an initiative built by Homi Bhabha with the support of Jamshedji Tata. Tata gave him enough support. Bhabha built it by bringing top brains, whichever top brains are available wherever in the world. He actually appealed to Indians outside of India also to come and work for him in TIFR. Post-independence, TIFR became a government institution. Today it is run as a government institution. But when Bhabha built a TIFR, today we need a new TIFR-like institution built by these 30 biggies in our country. Let 30 biggies come together, build a world-class TIFR in India minus Babudam. Keep our Babus out of it. Keep the government out of it. Build it. Let the purse strings of our big industry be loosened. Then only in this area, in this era, we will be able to address the new challenge of sovereignty or colonization. I have no doubt whatsoever about the ability of Indians. You know, we are in electronics, we are getting into the semiconductors manufacturing, fabrication business now. In Modera, Tatas are building a plant. They will be making 28 nanometer chips. 28 nanometer. Any technology person here knows that today's world talks about 2 nanometer chips. And the 2 nanometer chip is being designed by NVIDIA in Bengaluru. Design happens here. Indian engineers design them. And we today want to fabricate a 28 nanometer chip. You are catching up. You are not ahead of the curve. Have we heard that silicon wafers are now history? Because in that area you can't compete. You can't compete with TSMC. You can't compete with Samsung. Today, gallium nitride is the new component. Silicon nitride is the new component. And those components is what future of electronics is dependent. Semiconductor electronics is dependent. We haven't heard about their names. We are still trying to catch up with silicon wafers. How do we use them? How do we fabricate our own semiconductors here? We need to do all that we need to do to catch up. But we need some people who are futuristic. We need some entrepreneurs who invest in future. We need India's NVIDIAs, we need India's AMDs, and we need India's IBMs. If this institution succeeds in creating such youngsters who can think about challenges answers to challenges that don't exist today. That will be the real success. I thank you all for your patient listening. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Sri Ramadhavji. We now move on to a brief felicitation ceremony for our esteemed chief guest, for requesting Ramadhavji to once again please come to the stage. And to present the token of our appreciation, inviting Rupa ma'am and our chairman, Sri Bharatlal Meenaji, to join us on stage. We are now having a brief group photo session, and for that, let me invite on stage Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, our scientific chair for CFT, along with Mr. Sreekanth Arimanithaya, our CEO for CFT. Thank you so much. That was indeed a moment of pride and gratitude. Please have your seats. We are directly getting into a quick video on mindset, so inviting all your attention to the video wall.
We are not just entering an era of artificial intelligence. We are entering an era of amplified human potential. In this world, skill sets will evolve. Tool sets will change. But one thing will define who thrives. It's your mindset. We are not just entering an era of artificial intelligence. We are entering an era of amplified human potential. In this world, skill sets will evolve. Tool sets will change. But one thing will define who thrives. It's your mindset. A purposeful mindset gives direction. An exponential mindset helps you think 10x, not 10%. A moonshot mindset pushes you to solve problems that truly matter. An abundance mindset sees opportunity where others see disruption. And a longevity mindset prepares you to continuously evolve. AI will not replace you, but someone with the right mindset using AI will. The future doesn't belong to the smartest. It belongs to the most adaptable. So the question is, what's your mindset?
Thank you so much, and I do apologize for the technical difficulties. So now we are breaking for our networking lunch. We are almost close to our inaugural session, the end of our inaugural session. So please grab your lunch and please proceed to the second floor for the inauguration of our Mindset Lab and a short session by our young leaders. So thank you so much once again, guys. And we are going to reconvene here at 2 p.m. Thank you so much. Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon. We'll be quickly moving on to our second segment, which is going to be our panel discussions and keynotes. So requesting everybody to kindly settle in and be seated so that we can begin on time. And we request everybody from upstairs to kindly come down and join the panel discussions.
but by choice. Every generation is given a moment to define the future, not by chance, but by choice. The world is changing faster than ever before. Technology is redefining industries. Artificial intelligence is reshaping possibilities. And the rules of success are being rewritten. It's no longer about what you know. It's about what you can do. Degrees open doors, but skills create impact. The future belongs to creators, problem solvers, and innovators. A nation of dreams, a billion minds ready to rise. India is not just participating in the future, it is leading it. From talent to technology to transformation, the future is not human versus machine. It is human with machine. Those who learn, adapt, and collaborate will lead the next era of innovation. But progress must have purpose. Innovation must not only advance the world, it must sustain it. This is where the future is built. The Center for Future Technology, where skills meet opportunity, where ideas become impact, where tomorrow begins today. Invent today, lead tomorrow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are going to move on to our first panel discussion. Chairing this session, we have Mr. Poonla Siddharth Reddy, Group CEO of ISF. And in the panel, we are having Mr. Ashwin, the Director of Wealth Management Group. We have Ms. Shobha Shukla, the Professor, IIT Bombay and INSA member. We have Mr. M.S. Shriya Shankar, founder of Sitara Akka. She's also a President Awardee. We have Mr. Chennappa Naidu, the founder and CEO of Mera Events and venture partner at Factory AI. We also have Mr. Bharat Jutangi, the co-founder and Chief Operating Officer of Pace Wisdom Solutions Private Limited. So with another huge round of applause, let's welcome our panel members onto the stage. We are all set to start our panel discussion, the first one on the topic, building the next generation of ventures, and inviting our chair to take over. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. Namaskaram, everyone. I think it's a task to have the panel discussion or a speaking slot right after lunch, because the biggest motivation that I need is to get everybody down first. It's usually how that starts, but then this time I had to motivate my own team to set up the panel. And I've asked all my speakers here to be as jovial as possible. Once again, a very good afternoon and namaskaram. More than 60% of our population still resides in the rural pockets of our country. Yet, when we talk about India's growth story, we only glorify 5 or 6 major cities, whether it's Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi. This is the reason when Dr. Ram was speaking about a catch-up country, everybody wants to be part of these growth cities. We all, from the rural areas, start catching up to the urban areas because we glorify these 5 or 6 major cities. I feel Sri Sir has found a small solution to this. Usually when I land in the Bangalore airport, I take right and find myself stuck in traffic for 1.5 hours. Today, he's managed to pull me towards the left. Same 1.5 hours, but no traffic. So this is not only the best university, it's also the best location. If you look closely, right, this can be the solution to the larger problem as well. When we can question ourselves that, can we get the market to where we are, rather than asking, can we go to the market? And it is this question how Junicorns was born, to get mentorship and market access to where you are. Center for Future Technology. On the other side, we have more than 60% of our graduates not getting placed. And those that are getting placed, 90% of them leave their jobs within the first 12 months. This is a high statistical proof that campus placements needs to be displaced. And like J. Chaudhary sir was talking about it, one of our Junicorn mentors who runs a 1,000 crore chocolate confectionery factory, state-of-the-art 35-year-old plant, is acquiring, or I should rather mention, acquiring a food tech project, Junicorn project of a final year student. Disruptions usually don't come with an invitation. But however, today we are at the center of one. This is the invitation to the future. Let me introduce you to all our panel members. Building the next generation of ventures. Startup ventures, venture capitalists, and the 50 trillion India vision. Catalyzing the future through Center for Future Technology. I'll go easy. We'll have all our panelists, while they introduce themselves, they can also answer the question. One major question to all the panelists is, how can, we all have a very diverse panel here, everybody comes with their own domain expertise. How can each one of us contribute to making India a significant contributor, or in fact, in Sri's words, to doubling the planet's GDP, where India is probably at a 50 trillion vision. I'll go with my good friend, Bharat here. He's a co-founder of Pace Wisdom, which has built the early tech stack for 11 unicorns in the country. And Bharat is also on the board of a 100,000 walk-in event that the three of us, including Center for Future Technology, is planning this December as the summit. Bharat, off to you. Please keep it as jovial as possible.
Thank you, Pesa. Thanks for
I can frame the question more zeroed down.
Yeah.
You're from technology, you work with the Big Four, you have offices all across the planet, 500 employees. Is what's happening around the world, is it a boon or is it a bane? If it is a boon, what can an enterprise do to make it a boon?
Pesa, thank you for the question, but it's a very large question to be summed up in a short way. Okay, so it's left to us to decide whether we're going to make it a boon or a bane. So that's what I would like to orchestrate it. If you are in the race and if you're trying to adapt to what it is and fit it to your culture, fit it to your offering, it can definitely turn to be the boon. If you're trying to ignore and if you're trying to play around the role in such a way that I will still stick on to my pedagogy practices, I'm very of a belief that this can be a bubble. I think it can turn into be a bane. Now let's just talk one thing about Indian mindset, right? So India has seen a lot of waves of technological growth, all the way starting from the internet coming into picture after the computers, and then there was a challenge in Y2K, India outbeat the Y2K challenge. Then there was a disruption coming in mobile apps, disruption coming in mobile internet, various other spaces. So every time India adapted slowly because the wave was not strong. Artificial intelligence is not a new technology. It's there since 70s. But the agentic AI, but the Gen AI, what we're trying to see through the artificial intelligence is relatively very new for all of us. And the wave is very real. There are so many waves in India which has actually not took off. For a very small wave, I'd like to say is 3D printing. Many of them thought 3D printing is going to make the next big thing back in the industries. And it's going to change a lot of way we do. It's going to be very disruptive. So is blockchain, many others. But the waves they're much different at an industrial level. But they were not at the same level when we're trying to adapt to a common man's level. But an agentic AI or an AI era is much different. So this wave cannot be ignored. It has to be achieved. And the early adapters are somebody who's going to make a advantage out of it. So let's think in such a manner that it's not going to kill you, but if you don't adapt it, you'll be getting killed. It's a very tricky statement, but that's the reality. that's an absolute reality what will happen. So adaptation is the key. Change is something you need to accept. And this is going to teach our Indian mindset that, you know, we all come from a mindset where if I do my master's and if I get a job, I think I'm set for life. That is going to change a lot. That's not going to fly anymore, because what our grandfathers did doesn't fly anymore further from now. You are in a job role, whatever you need to keep updating and upgrading yourself. And that is what the wave is going to ride. And we need to change our mindset to adapt to this. That's my take, PSR. That's my take.
Thank you, Bharat. You said if you're not growing, you get killed. That's when I remember Channappa Naidu Garu here, who stands for the word 10x. He has built a community of 3,500 entrepreneurs in less than 10 months. And he's also had 2 exits with 100 crore ARR. Naidu Garu, why don't you tell us a little bit about the startup ecosystem, because the mindset and startup ecosystem very important if India has to become a $50 trillion economy. With that said, Mr. Naidu here is a strategic advisor to multiple startups, and he's also raising 100 crore for a dairy farm, which we are also looking to invest in.
I think we are in the right era of building the startup ecosystem. It is the right time, compared to what it was and where we are today. It's the right thing. Now even a lot of people wanted to do more than jobs. They wanted to build their own startup. When I was building a small community in Telangana right now called TG10X, Telangana 10X ecosystem, where we kind of did, this, instead of the way people are looking at it is they wanted to receive the same thing in a different way. What we have done differently is that instead of meeting in a conference or in a conference hall, we started inculcating that knowledge in the parks in the morning 6:30 a.m. So we said initially people were told like how many people will come, like maybe 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. But today, every Saturday and Sunday, we have almost 300 to 400 people comes at 6:30 a.m. in a morning walk. While we are walking, we are talking about the business, right? So and majority of them are Gen Zs. We thought that, oh, they will not wake up, right? Sometimes we just need to give the information the way they wanted to consume in a different fashion. They want some kind of a way of consuming in a different way, right? That's why I was also in the events industry for almost 17 years now. The kind of events which are happening is completely even blown off my mind. What was happening earlier, what is happening today. I don't know how many people were heard about it, a clubbing it's a different kind of a clubbing, right? They don't drink there, but they actually bhajan clubbing. So things like that. And then morning at 5:30 a.m., people are actually, Gen Z people, all between 18 to 25, they actually run, have a coffee, and then dance, and then go there to the home at morning 5:30 and a Sunday morning, right? So the kind of consumption of the way the people are doing is different. So now today's startup world also become very buzzword. So people are interested, but they need a direction. They need some kind of a counseling, or they need a kind of a hand-holding, some kind of support. And that's what, as a community, we started doing. And we become like, within no time, it becomes 6,000 people community. And then we moved them to a technology application called TG10X. Out of that, 3,500 people came, right? So, but the advantage right now is India doesn't need so many unicorns. That's another biggest problem is we keep hearing we need to build more unicorns. I personally believe we need probably 10,000, 100 crore companies, what India needs, right? That's where we need, if everybody can help them, okay, today I'm doing 1 crore revenue, how can I become a 10x kind of a growth in the next 3 years at least, right? If we can start thinking in that direction, I think that's where the opportunity for India. And it's the right time, because the technology you can able to build, I don't know, even you don't need to be a technology person. Within a week, you can build a solid working solution by each one of you here, right? Because you are more of a business knowledge person, right? If definitely, I'm happy to talk if somebody is interested after the discussion, right? But today we are in the right era of building anything very easily, and the people who has business knowledge, they can even build more better. So this is the right time for anybody to become an entrepreneur at this moment. And the funding is also available for the people who are actually ready to scale this. And we don't need a lot of money. Earlier, in order to start something, I used to say $1 million is needed. But today, if you have even 10 lakh rupees, you can actually build and test the product, whether the product works or not. So we're in the right era of the time. I think it just need to utilize by everybody.
Thank you, sir. Community strength, no matter which century we are doing anything, it's always needed, because that is what is going to put us front. And Naidu Garu gave us an insight of that. Next, I'll go with another good friend of mine, Shreya. She's a founder of Sitara Akka, been hands-on working on the rural impact since her graduation, and her work has been recognized by the president as well. See, we all talk about country to be, not to be a catch-up country, like how the guest speaker told us. And all the rural people, the entrepreneurs in rural want to come to the urban and take a chunk of the glorified stories. What exactly happens since you work so closely with these rural entrepreneurs, rural kids? Can you give us an insight on this? Because this is going to be the game changer if India has to be the next significant contributor to the world GDP.
Hi everyone, I'm Shriya. I started Sitara Akka back when I was 18 years old. I've been doing this for the past 8 years or so. And in the course of the last 8 years, I've had the opportunity to work with 5,000, 6,000 students from rural parts of Karnataka. So my answer is going to be very rooted in that experience. I think, first of all, when we talk of entrepreneurship, I think that's like a very glorified term that we use. I would probably break it down to just problem solving, and I feel we should look at how can we build like the best problem solvers, and if somebody chooses to make that their career, then they're an entrepreneur. And when we talk about problem solving, I think the rural people that I have met, be it the students, be it their families, their teachers, they're some of the best problem solvers that I've seen ever, and I'm like very blatantly comparing it to myself and like my friends. And why that is so is because these are the people who experience these problems firsthand. They have grown up in lives of poverty, so they know what it is like to be in a problem and find their way out of it. Having said that, if they are some of the best problem solvers that we know, why is it that they're not able to build some of the biggest companies or most successful companies that we see in our country? I think it is purely a social problem that we're seeing. It's not because they're not smart, not capable, not relevant, any of that. I think it's just they are in survival mode. I had the opportunity to build Sitara Akka when I was in college and take it up full time because I had parents who said, you know, if this doesn't work out, you can always come back home. But it's not the same for these kids. They work on some brilliant things, but at the time of graduating, it's like, should I take this risk, not earn well enough for the next 3 to 4 years, or should I take up a job that is paying me 30,000, 40,000 rupees? And it's almost always the latter. In fact, like I've had students tell me that like my brother did engineering for 4 years. He's not been able to get a job, but like I can just become a Swiggy driver and get 30K a month. So if that's the reality, I think like the role of universities like these or incubation centers would be to address the systemic and social challenges that people from rural parts of our country face. Because I think teaching about business models, teaching about pitches and fundraising and this and that is all secondary. I think if we're able to give them a level playing field, clear out some of these social problems, or it could even be something like a girl is just forced into marriage soon after she turns 18, right? How is she going to take up building another company? If that can be addressed, I feel we'll see some of the best problem solvers coming from rural parts of our country.
Where you said, even before skill set, it is an individual's confidence that's going to be game changing. And you spoke about how a teacher, a professor can be game changing in any individual's life. Before I move on to our IIT professor who's joined us today, I wanted to tell you a story that my guru, the chairman of the foundation, International Startup Foundation, said. He said until his 4th standard, he used to not pass any of his exams. It was his teacher in his 4th grade that gave him the confidence, not the skill set, the confidence that got him to where he is. And he's also the former MD of NVIDIA of the country, where before becoming the former MD of NVIDIA, he built the semiconductor chips which powered the Apple iPods in our country. We are 30 years later, we are still talking about semiconductors, we are still talking about technology. I'm talking about 2 to 3 decades ago, someone like him building technology and powering the Apple of today, the Apple iPods, and selling that company, earning him the space of, getting him the title of MD NVIDIA of our country. It all started from that confidence that 4th grade teacher gave him. So Dr. Shobhaji is our professor at IIT Mumbai. How important is a confidence in an individual's journey? And I'm aware of the work that you're doing deeply with water and semiconductors, which is also how J.H. Chaudhary sir has done an impact, earning him the space at NVIDIA. Could you touch a little bit upon this, the research aspect of a teacher's life in any student?
Thank you for providing me the opportunity to discuss topics which are very close to my heart. As a teacher, I believe not everyone can be a leader, and everyone should not be a leader. Otherwise, what would happen to the company? Right? We need good followers also. I have seen in IIT, there are many more founders than followers or people who are going to work in the company. Everybody is looking for co-founder who can take care of some aspect of the company. And this is becoming more and more common over the years. So sorry, I'm going a little bit tangential in that direction, but that is also of the need. People have to realize their potential, what they can do. I have realized, being in IIT, I was provided with the ample of opportunity to follow my passion. I'm researcher from heart, and when I started, I did not like teaching. I was like, teaching is a waste of time. And now I say totally opposite. I enjoy my teaching more than my research. Why? Because teaching, you get euphoria moment once in a while. Research, you get euphoria moments once in a while, whereas teaching is a much more gratifying, and instantly it tells me, okay, I have done a good job, because I can see that confidence in your student's eye. And that is what I have seen in most of the industry, because IIT has this option of professor of practice. So most of the industry leaders at the around end of the career, or when they are inching towards 55, 60, they all want to become teacher, because they have acquired so much of knowledge and they want to impart that knowledge. So now it's coming back to the kind of confidence. I'll come to the research part a little bit later. So confidence in the student does not come from studies. Confidence comes from exposure, that I have seen the world. I can talk to people. People give confidence to other people. Nobody else gives confidence. So there are few born confident people. Typically, we call them naughty kids, right? Those are born confident. All other studious kids, they get confidence when somebody praises them. When they see what they are talking about, is they know. So all those things, exposure is the thing that is what gives confidence to student. Now coming back to the research part, so I am trained photonics person. When I joined IIT Bombay, I work on laser lithography, and not only the laser lithography, I do high intensity laser lithography, so femtosecond. So most of the chips that you people are talking about are two-dimensional. I work on the three-dimensional fabrication. So I do nanolithography in the third dimension. And we typically talk about we are in the catching up game. I would also like to highlight, we are the world leader in the 3D lithography. My current funding is from US Department of Defense and Applied Materials USA. So it's not that the money is only going out, money is coming in as well. And in today's time, that also I would like to highlight, in today's time it is happening. So that's the 3D lithography part. I came to India, I was given a kind of a lab, empty space. I was a high energy particle, I wanted to do something. I did not stop to wait for my funding, build a lab, because I built my facility. It's not a bought-on facility, I have made my own lithography systems. Not systems, systems. So 2D as well as 3D lithography. So it's we who are the one who are creating knowledge here, and we are growing to create knowledge there as well. So knowledge is the base of the pyramid. What I did, instead of waiting for everything else to fall in place, I started a parallel branch of research, which was the water technology. So I had worked on the graphene. I used graphene for making lots of water quality sensor, water purification, and that is now kind of taken the tip of the pyramid. Now people know me more on the water side than on the fabrication side, because when I go for the lithography, still now, that is the case, 80% of the population are like, she's talking something very weird. I don't want to know. Okay, I work on water, so still it works out well for me. And in terms of like funding, in terms of support from the industry, I have waited for 15 years for this day to come. So it's initial 15 years of funding was mostly from the government, and now I'm at this verge where my funding is coming from external sources, not from the government. But all this has been possible because of the exposure, because of the continuous effort. It's a sustainable effort that is equally important. And that is where I feel we are lacking when it comes to industry or academia or the government. We want results yesterday. And that is where we are little bit, we have to think about if we are funding today, we have to wait for some results to come, and especially for the technology which is 60, 70 years old. Semiconductor, we are already 60, 70 years behind. AI, if you look at the first paper, it's already in 80s. It's not a new technology. So in 1980s, people were talking about AI ML. Actually, it's a ML in a renewed name with the extrapolation. So all those things have to come into the picture. Same thing, one more last point I want to mention is optical switching. Nobody is talking about clock speed. Moore's law, there was a little bit mentioned. Moore's law has already been broken in 2010 because it's not only the limiting of the space or reducing the size of the transistor, it is also about the clock speed. And clock speed we have not been increasing. Whatever we are talking about the quad core and all those processors, what is the speed? We are still at 2.7 gigahertz. And we are not going, because word is stuck there. So optical or the quantum, these are the technologies where we have to invest in. And that is where we don't have to catch up. That is where we can take a leadership. That is where we can lead the world. So with that, I'll stop. And if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, ma'am. We heard it from the professors. Confidence comes from people. People to people give confidence. And the teacher herself has said, the ones who are the naughty ones in classroom are the ones who are loud. Please make some noise. Let's get some claps in. You guys will burn calories. We're moving on to our last speaker. After which, I'll take questions from our audience. You can get your questions ready in your minds. The topic is Center for Future Tech. We are at the best university. How do we build the next set of ventures is our topic. Anybody has any questions in mind? Keep it in the mind. I'll come to you guys. Now moving on to our last person of the day. I always keep numbers in the last because without numbers, I can't introduce anybody these days. And we have Ashwin. My bad, guys, sorry. We have Mr. Ashwin, who's worked with CNBC, Bloomberg, covering the Asia markets and business. I'll definitely take his number after this. I just met him today, my newest friend for the day. And he is part of a very well-known networking group called Wealth Management Group, which is a finance, 3,000 plus CFOs, invite-only group. So tell us a little bit about, the whole day has been about, trillion. It's all numbers. And India being the next potential in the planet's GDP, what should we do? You are the numbers guy. You come from finance. So tell us something that you're doing or want us to do.
Okay. Check, 1, 2, 3. First up, my congratulations. About the Center for Future Technology, I think it's remarkable, and the day has been eye-opening in many ways. I have a bit of an unfair advantage to be able to look at the country, because when we look at other growing economies in the country across the Southeast Asia region, you see there is something dramatic that's happened in China over a period of time. There are some truly wonderful things structurally that are happening in Indonesia, and I think here in India we are trying to make a lot of the structural changes, but the most common refrain is it isn't moving fast enough. So great, we've established that as something that's happening. Things are not moving fast enough structurally. But what we've been able to discover over the past few years is that as a result of the community that we've built in of the CFOs here at the WMG Group, we have unique insights into the kind of problems that businesses are working on, the kind of money that they want to be able to spend, and the awareness of the ecosystem as to where that money can be channeled into. So when a business wants a particular problem solved, what we are able to do is float that problem out within the community to be able to bring out the solutions. So the problem that we're solving, Siddharth, is fundamentally we are cutting down the number of steps to be able to reach a problem. It's as simple as that. So that's what we're able to do as a part of the community. Now, that brings us to the second thing. Now, what we've discovered over the last few years is that there are a few people within the ecosystem who are particularly what we call the patient venture funding people. They're not the kind of people who want responses over a 2-3 year period of time. We are familiar with people who've been going into deep tech from 2016, 2017. At a point of time, there was nobody willing to put money into deep tech because deep tech is a moonshot. You don't know how it's going to work, and if it works, you've got the moon in your hands. But we know the kind of people and the kind of interest that they've had over a period of time to be able to invest in projects which they know will mature over an extensive period of time. And this ecosystem out here has also the understanding. Beyond understanding the money and the philosophy behind the money, they also have the technological understanding to be able to wear it in. So I think what we've been able to do is draw those lines to be able to connect the right money with the right funding so that you're able to move things at a substantially faster pace. One of the bigger conversations here today was also moving us to a $1 trillion economy and moving to the economy. And I think as a part of the community, we are constantly championing ideas that are bringing what we call the unbanked people into the banking economy, right? In the sense that you do a small Kirana app. You might think I have 100 customers, but you have 100 customers who are never on the tax payroll or on the banking payroll who have suddenly become banked. And that's also moving your GDP in a very, very small point of view. So these are the kind of interests that we are focusing in, and we hope to play a meaningful role. And I look forward to continuing our conversation with the B.E.S.T IU, a journey that we started a few months back.
Thank you, Ashwin. When he said connecting money to the right places, there's one of our mentors from Junicorn that I remember, SS Raju. He is the fund manager of a UAE sovereign fund, $1 billion sovereign fund, who's deeply investing into quantum studios across universities, something that I would want to introduce to and bring to the best university as well. With that said, I think everything in the world, whether we are in the industry 1.2 or today's industry 5.2, it's people, guys. It's all influence. My friend there wants to speak, so we'll go to him, then the audience question.
Moving on from the same question from what you have just told me last time, right? So today's topic is more of $50 trillion aspirational, how India can become, right? So the question is, it is not a dream that we are all chasing, it's actually a deadline to India. Okay, that's what I would like to put across. If you see the reports right this morning, India was actually at the 4th of GDP with $4.odd billion, but today it's slipped to $4.15 billion, coming right behind Japan and United Kingdom. And predominant reason is the dollar increasing and the rupee depreciating. So there are many factors why the growth actually accelerates and deaccelerates. So today India has come to 6th in the GDP. India was the 4th largest superpower. Today India has come to 6th. So I would like to tell you a story connecting the dot. So this is a very different story. It'll just take a minute or two. So many of you know that eagles die at the age of 40. How many of you know this? Yeah, eagles die at the age of 40. The reason why eagles die at the age of 40 is not because of a natural death. Eagles die because they have umpteen number of feathers and their beak grows, their nails grow a lot, so they can't fly. Since they cannot fly, they actually die. It's not a natural death. So there's a particular hill in Mexico. I don't know, many of you men know the story as well. It's a very popular hill. Many eagles culminate right there. They come to the hill. They actually collaborate. And each of the eagle tries to pluck themselves. One destroys the other's feathers. One destroys the other's nails. Eagle hits its own beak to the ground because eagle is not able to eat. Eagle is not able to fly. Eagle is not able to crawl. So that is how actually eagles die. When they actually pluck the feathers out, get their nails off, makes the beak broke. From there, 37 days, eagles actually starve. 37 days. It is thinking it's better to starve for 37 days forever and die. And after 37 days, the beak starts growing, the nail starts growing, the feather starts growing, and it will start flying. From there, the eagle will survive for another 40 years. That's a change eagles are adapting. That's a change we as a country need to adapt in the transition where we are going to fly large, to go for a long run, adapt to it. Because the aspiration is not that how can we reach to $50 trillion economy. It is that who is going to build. It's a culmination of efforts all the way starting down from the education industry to the corporates. Everybody has their role to play. Only going together can actually make that aspirational $1 trillion faster. India did not take too much time to come from $1 trillion to $5 trillion. Leave from 5 to 10, maybe even more faster. So that means 50 is not too far. maybe the amount of time what is taken to reach $1 trillion, maybe half of it or less than half of it can be reached to 50. But that can be happening only with the culmination of efforts, how we are trying to do that. So that's my take on what it is.
Thank you, Bharat. Also, we are at 5 trillion. We've been speaking about 10x, at least 10 times today. 10x of 5 trillion is the 50 trillion aspiration. And sometimes the best teachers are nature. Thank you for narrating such a beautiful story, Bharat. Do we have some questions from the audience? Anybody? Yeah, I saw the first hand go up there.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Myself, Abdulaziz, Managing Director of Al-Shahama Group of Companies. My question over to everyone over here, maybe to the management, to the panel members also. We were discussing about AI or the future of technology and everything. Now, even in this course or the CFT over here, we'll be building future techies or future entrepreneurs, or are we going to follow the same traditional customs? Now, even the RIA over here will be only inculcated with the knowledge which is existing in this system, ecosystem, or we have something innovative so that can be leaders in this society. So what CFT really look into, or what we really want in this today's future to make 10x or exponential Indian assets?
Right. So I believe that question could be answered by Bharat because you come from technology. Yeah. So I think his question is, do we borrow technology or do we create our own innovation? That is something that we've been discussing from morning. How do we create our own IP?
Firstly, I understand your question. My take is this, right? India, I'll start with India as a point, where we are we are the less adapters of tech, but we build largely tech. But we build to the Western countries rather than adapting to ourselves and our own businesses. We still live in legacy businesses, but we don't make tech a role play and scale. And most of the companies even today who are legacy companies do not have a technology budget. They still operate in the same pedagogy manner. So your question is whether it's going to build more technocrats or entrepreneurs. I would say the change what we're going through, the transformation what we're going through, the invent of AI, quantum on the way, this is actually like a do-it-yourself era. This is going to make more entrepreneurs is what my thought is, because everything is coming hands-on, everything is coming to you, everything is coming to your own creativity, and how do you try to make a role play? Today I've seen so many of them using Claude or any other solutions to their own creativity and trying to say, hey, you know what, this is helping me. So this is the start of an era where I feel a lot of entrepreneurs get benefited, and this is an era where a lot of startups will come more powerful, more entrepreneurs will be more powerful, more equipped, and a lot of knowledge and decision making is going to happen by using this. My take would be saying that this is going to be more of an entrepreneurial era.
Thank you, Bharat. We'll take the last question for the day. Any raise of hands from the audience? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My question is specifically to Sitara Akka. I would like to know how financial literacy can improve the life of people in the rural area, especially from a younger age, and if there's a particular technology you would think can make their life better, if at all. Thank you.
Thank you. I love it when people call me Sitara Akka. It's like free branding for the organization. There's no like direct answer whether it's like a yes or a no. I think financial literacy overall could help rural people very much so, and also even like urban, lower middle class. Like I know my own parents struggled with it up until like maybe 5 years ago. So I think overall as a country, we operate out of like a deficit mindset. We think twice before investing in the stock market. We are much more comfortable like booking FDs than actually investing. So all in all, yes, like I do think it would help them, but for a lot of them, there is no capital in the first place to even invest. And I think, again, going back to what I was saying, it has a lot to do with just generations of poverty. So something must be done to first unlock some pathways for these people to break out of it, and then of course financial literacy will take them a long way. And the second thing about like technology, from my experience at least, the kids that we work with are pretty tech savvy, like when they're all like using ChatGPT and this and that already. I think what I've realized is it's more important for us to focus on like problem solving first and then seeing where technology can be used to scale it. I think today we're pushing people to build tech first companies, use technology, build tech startups, this and that, and sometimes I think we're using technology to solve a problem which does not even need technology. It's like we were asking students to build something to solve like traffic in Bangalore, and someone's like, yeah, I'll make a website which will highlight which areas have the most traffic. But that's not solving the problem, right? So I think first we need real solutions. If the solution is working for 5 people, 5 places, then how can we take it to 50, 500, 5,000? And that's where technology comes in. So I think the other aspect which you brought about, which was like what kind of technologies will actually help them, I think access to devices will be a great help for these people, because they know that there's AI, they know that these things exist, but they don't have like laptops, they don't have computer labs. There's like one smartphone in the family that everyone uses. So I feel that digital divide itself pushes them back by a few years. So access to technology first and then utilization of it.
Thank you. Her name is Shreya. No branding. Just kidding. So I got a question while she was speaking. For getting an exponential growth, right, or in any era, if you want to do a 10x, you need to take a bold bet. That is something common from industry 1.0 to 5.0. So I wanted to ask Naidu Garu, what's the boldest bet that you have taken? You have grown companies to 0 to 100 crores and much more, had 2 exits. Give me your boldest bet. I want to hear that story for our audience as well. This is the last question for the day.
Yeah, most of the times, what investors look for is the return of investment, right? That's what people look for. But the main important is when they don't look at it, business, growth, all those numbers upfront. The first and foremost thing they look at is the founder himself or the team behind of it, right? So the most important thing, if somebody wanted to get that investment and wanted to grow, the first and foremost is the ethical or the value system of the founder itself. All the bets, whatever we made, is on the founder itself. We don't know anything more about them when we talk to them initially, right? The founder is the integrity, based on the discussions what we have, his conviction towards the problem he's solving. So the biggest bold bet investors would make is on the founder and the team behind of it. So in case if you know, and the more clearer you are, the more transparent you are, the better the chances we are increasing it. So the biggest bet we do is on the founders itself, and all the bets, 50% of the weightage we given only on the founder, and all of them were successful for us. So that was mainly the founder bet is what the main important thing.
Thank you. We end the day with the biggest bet is on ourselves. That's the note. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause, guys. We'll burn some more calories. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was indeed an insightful discussion. And we request all our panelists to please stay back on the stage for a moment. We would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to our esteemed panelists. To present the mementos, inviting Mr. Sreekanth Arimanithaya to join us on stage, our CEO of CFT. Inviting Mr. Punla Siddharth Reddy, Group CEO of ISF, to kindly accept our gratitude. Inviting Mr. Ashwin, Director of Wealth Management Group. And we really apologize for having your picture wrong. We have updated it. Inviting Ms. Shobha Shukla, Professor, IIT Bombay and INSA member. Inviting Ms. Shreya Shankar, founder of Sitara Akka. Inviting Mr. Channappa Naidu, founder and CEO of Mera Events. And Mr. Bharat Jatanki, co-founder and COO of Pace Wisdom. Yes, so thank you so much. And once again, we express our sincere gratitude to all of you for giving such an amazing session for us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next panel discussion, we are just going to have a cute group picture on stage and inviting Mr. Suresh Kumar, Zonal Head South TCS Ion, to join us on stage, along with Mr. Rishikesh, Product Consultant, TCS Ion, Mr. Hari Krishna, Business Development Manager, TCS Ion, and Mr. Karthik, Business Analyst for TCS Ion. Welcome. And we also request our respected Chairman, Sri Bharatlal Meenaji, and our Chancellor, Dr. Rupa Vasudevanji, to kindly join us on stage.
So, Dr. Rupa and Chairman, can you stand? Excuse me, we'll get other two teams also take a quick picture. So, Prahlad and Sabha, just take a picture. And this is our next strategic alliance partners for autonomous vehicle and robotics. Yeah. No issue. Just, so, that's another partnership we are signing. Kick one. Yeah. Our IBM team is there? IBM team? Yeah, please. Yeah. James, come down. Yeah. Ashwin, Robotics. Ashwin? Ashwin is there somewhere. Come. Yeah. Anybody else we missed? You. Come on. You. Navigate Labs, sorry. These are our partners in CFT. Yeah. Please join. Anybody else? Adventure, Sanath? Adventure, please come. Sanath. Fast. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone. Please have your seats. And before we move on to our next panel discussion, please have a quick look at the video wall.
A nation of 1 billion minds. A generation ready to build. India is not just participating in the deep tech revolution. It is leading it. The world is being rebuilt on deep technology, from quantum research to space exploration, from clean energy to biocomputing. This is not the future. This is now. This is India's moment. And it starts here, not in isolation, but at scale. Invent tomorrow, today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving on to our next panel discussion. Chairing the session, we have Mr. Vikruddin Surki, Delivery Head at IBM Innovation Center for Education. Our distinguished panelists are Mr. Nachiketa Acharya, ASIC and Semiconductor Expert at Meta. Ms. Taramani Nagaya, Professor at IIT Ropar, Research and Education. Ms. Diksha Avasti, Member INSA. Mr. Mukesh, CEO of Ikigai School. Mr. Abhishek Kumple, Finance Head at Lyric. And Mr. Rohit Adlaka, Board Member and CXO Advisor. Please give a big round of applause for all our panelists and our moderator. This panel discussion is going to be on the topic Future of Work, Skills, Roles, and the Intelligent Enterprise. And now handing over the mic to our chair.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, all of you. So this is the second panel discussion as many of the speakers today focused on something, what innovation can do, okay? And especially for universities that are located in remote locations, how innovation centers can prove to be an innovation hub. First of all, many congratulations to the entire team at B.E.S.T University. You should be remembering Gavaskar, Sunil Manohar Gavaskar. Hope you all remember. Oh, he is the first sportsman, cricketer in India who broke Sir Donald Bradman's record of 29 or 30 centuries. So the day he broke his record, he was very happy and he was celebrating. And then next came Tendulkar, Sachin Tendulkar. He scored some around 100 centuries. Okay, he scored 100 centuries and he went past through Gavaskar. And you know the journalist, उनका काम होता है बस थोड़ा ये करना. They went to Gavaskar's house and they took an interview. Gavaskar is a very thorough professional sportsman. So they asked him, that Tendulkar has scored 100 centuries and he has broken your record. So Gavaskar told, it's fine. He's my fellow countryman and absolutely good on records that an Indian has broken my record. I'm very happy about it. So the journalist started to move out and he called back the journalist and he told them, I don't mind anybody doing whatever they want in the cricket field. It's a record, it is broken. Who climbed Mount Everest first is what history tells, right? You ask anyone who climbed Mount Everest first, they'll tell you so-and-so, so-and-so. You ask anyone who climbed third, there's no answer to it. So once again, what I mean to say is many congratulations to B.E.S.T International University for coming up with Center for Technology in this region. I think this is the first and unique of its kind. One bigger round of applause for them. Now, we have the Center for Future Technology. We have our panelists here, experts from the industry. They are from different backgrounds. Some are technical, some are non-technical. So my only question, my first question is to Ms. Diksha. What interests me in is the mental health of the students. Okay, since you are already there in that, 90% of the students, they are under stress. You talk right from first standard. And believe me, either there's some stress on the fee, okay, fees are huge. There is some stress, you go to further beyond that, there is some stress on the syllabi, what they're going to cope up with. And now come back to the non-engineering, there's a huge challenge, technology. Again, thanks to AI. You go to engineering, there's a big challenge, bigger challenge. What I heard from many of the universities, you can all correct me if I'm wrong, I walk across many universities, 250 hours they spend on learning something which is not a part of that syllabus. You must have heard about it. 250 hours. This is the stress what they feel. Another stress is, will I get placed? Okay. Campus placements not happening around too much. Okay. People, the industries, it has to just this morning what I read on a paper clipping is about Wipro. I don't want to mention Wipro cut down the jobs, campus placements by almost by 30%. Okay. 1,500 students they are recruiting. So my question is, how do students cope up with this? What's the best solution you can give it out to the students? This is for all the students. This is for all the parents, what she's going to answer.
That is so interesting question, and thank you so much for posing that right at the opening of the conversation itself. Because it's not only the students, it's the parents, it's the teachers who are stressed. You ask teachers, they're really stressed because they don't know how to control the attention of the class. My husband is a professor in VIT. He says that students are not listening, they're not here. They are lost in their own worlds. So we have to actually bring them down here. The most important thing, we all talk about, we have been talking about innovations and $1 trillion economy. I would say let us sell A. And what is that sell A? S stands for self-regulation. If we regulate ourselves, how we conduct in a social setup. E stands for emotional intelligence. If you're aware of your emotions and the emotion of other person, that helps you. L stands from learning agility. So you said that they are learning something which is not used. But they have to learn, then unlearn, and then relearn. So that agility has to be there. And the last A is attention control. So we are all attention deficit now. We cannot say that only students are attention deficit. We can't even just look at each other without looking at phone, right? So attention control is, so if we can control these four, and it should not be done at 21-year-old age, it has to be done starting from the school, primary school. So that will help, I believe, because reaching college and then it's not helping. They already are scattered in 1,000 places. So this, and if we can, I can just add one more thing. We have, can anybody tell me how many brains we have? Oh, I heard 3 somewhere. I heard 3. Yeah. So 5, but you're adding up. No, so we have 3 brains actually. One is cephalic brain that we all are aware of between our ears, so we think. Then one is in our heart. Our heart has neurons, which is the first neuron which is developed in our body. So we feel from our heart. That is why many times people say, I am thinking from my heart. That is what neurons are activating. And the third brain, anybody here? Spinal cord, nahi. That's part of our nervous system. Gut. That's very beautiful. Can you please give a round of applause to him?
A big round of applause. Thank you.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Gut is the third brain that we have, and gut has billions of neurons. So that is why our gut feeling tells us. And we are not paying attention to gut. Our students are not paying attention to guts. Our parents are not paying attention to gut. Our teachers are not paying attention to gut. So gut is very intelligent. All stress is actually in the gut. If you really want to change the attention span, you start working on your gut. That will help.
Thank you very much. Again, on the same point, I would just like to jump this we have Mr. Mukesh Kumar, founder of Ikigai School of AI. He's more into transformation space. So you have walked across many universities. I mean, you have seen, I mean, as I was just discussing with you. So what is the kind of environment in the campus? Let it be about the placements or admissions. I mean, what is the kind of stress level that the students go? I mean, anything, just one piece of advice from your side.
So, I come with a huge experience, if I can tell you that. I have trained more than 7 lakh students, trained more than 27,000 plus faculties of engineering and management space. And yes, there's a stress all around. I mean, I was seeing a video 2 days back in Insta, which said that an IIT professor went out of the room because the student said that I have come here for attendance. So it was from IIT Kanpur. So since I belong to Kanpur and I've been very closely working with them, so some of the stress are genuine. It's fully true. I mean, somebody who's investing 10 lakh rupees, बहुत सारे माँ बाप के लिए I mean, it's important that the kid gets a job. I mean, they may not get a dream job, but they may get a job. So the stress is definitely there. But I believe that my experience is that a lot of stresses are man-made, human-made, made by them personally. For example, I mean, if you'll not come to the class, if you're not going to study, I mean, nobody is going to study for you. If you're not going to go back home and open the book even once, revisit what you were taught. I mean, I was I was taking a seminar. That time I was very young, maybe 20 years younger than this. And I was telling that you should study, your teacher is your guru, etc., etc. So a student got up and said, sir, last night best fight. So that's how the students study. If you're going to study 2 days before the examination to pass the examination. I mean, we don't have too many students who study to learn or to understand things. So if you're not going to study to imbibe that, what is being taught, and you don't understand the relevance of it, definitely someday the reality will catch up with you. And hence the stress is definitely going to be there. So I have always believed in life. That is what I tell my 17-year-old son. That is what I tell him. That, I mean, time is a big leveler. If you're not going to invest time wisely now, I mean, I sincerely believe, I put it honestly, and all the calculations that I've done, if anybody invests only 3 hours a day, just 3 hours a day, for 200 to 300, 250 days a year, I believe his life is going to be set, both as well as in personal and in professional, and there's really going to be no stress. So, invest in your time, look at yourself, look at your strengths and weaknesses, don't look too many things around, and yes, try to avoid a bit of social media as much as you can, because I believe today's, the time that it consumes, definitely gives you a lot of stress.
Thank you very much. And I'll just move back from emotional intelligence to artificial intelligence. So we talk so many things about artificial intelligence nowadays. We say this is going to be the next, it is the next technology. We talk about rapid development, and we talk about industry expectations. My question to Mr. Rohit, he's around 30 or 40 companies. He's a board of member, right? He's the board member and advisor to many of the companies. So what is the industry expectation exactly? When I just talk about it, it is really only the industry needs only AI students or anything else? What is the industry expectations?
So, AI as a concept started in the 1950s by a gentleman called James McCarthy, and then of course the Turing test came slightly before that. The whole idea is that there are 3 concepts which are coming together to make human life more efficient. The first is analytics, the second is automation, and the third is AI. And we try to mix up these 3 concepts. So analytics is like your sensory organs, automation is like your motor skills, and AI is your brain and thinking. But all these 3 are coming together to make human life more complicated, simpler in the beginning, but slightly more complicated and revolutionized. The first thing is that it was earlier predicted that by 2030, machines will become smarter than humans. But we are currently seeing that they are smarter than us in multiple ways. And the prediction is about 40 to 60% of the white-collar jobs, which most of us represent out here, will be automated or augmented. Means totally done by a machine or partly done by a machine with human oversight. But in terms of preparedness, less than 25% of the companies are really ready. Ready in terms of data, ready in terms of defining the use cases, ready in terms of defining outcomes and timelines, and the technology roadmap. Because the race has already started, and I'll start with the Indian tech companies because Indian IT industry since the late 1970s has been a big revenue earner and a foreign exchange earner for the country. They really started off by saying we have thousands of people trained, so much of work which has been moved from humans to AI, and we're bringing in so much of profitability back. But the scene has totally changed, especially because Accenture, one of the leaders, has stopped declaring their AI revenue as such, and all the Indian IT providers are following suit. So first of all, there is a big race where everyone is trying to get onto the AI bandwagon unprepared. The second is that technology is moving faster than adoption. So someone said it very aptly that the wow factor, which is speed of technology, has surpassed the how factor, which means how are you going to implement. And because the speed is so high, people can't consume. So right from the chip level to the infrastructure level, to the LLM model, to the AI use case, everything is changing dramatically and you're just keeping up pace, whether it's Claude, especially Anthropic, Mythos, which got released 2-3 days back, and the whole US financial industry is in a tizzy. The third aspect is that human skilling is becoming a big issue. Because if technology is changing every day, business scenarios are changing every day, societal landscape is changing every day, how do you keep pace as humans? So what to learn, how to learn, when to use that knowledge is becoming also a big question for us. So I think it will take time for this entire hullabaloo to settle down. In my view, the next 2 to 3 years will be the hype cycle before things start settling down, acceptability becomes higher, adoption becomes higher, and humans are in more control of the technology. Right now, I don't think so they're in control. And the whole concept of compliance, governance, manageability, oversight has gone through the window, and it's just a question of how many GPUs do you have, how many data centers you have, how fast is your LLM, how many tokens do you have, how many parameters you have. So I think it's a very interesting battle all of us have to fight at the individual level and as a societal level. Time will tell how we succeed.
Definitely well said, but at the same point, you also mentioned about skilling. So how can Center for Future Technology help the students cope up with the skills? I mean, is there something that you would like to advise that, we can get in these areas, into these areas, or come up with multiple skills that can be embedded within the curriculum that goes into the Center for Future Technology, CFTs? Or maybe we can invite students from other campuses to here and they can do the skilling on this part. You see, especially when it comes to skilling, it is not only about the marks-based skills what I'm talking about. Because to grow in your career, what the industry, it also tells is that beyond your marks-based skill, you should have other skills as well to grow in your career. For example, say your communication skills, your collaboration skills, your networking skills. So any activity that you think that it can be done in CFTs here at this campus, because it's a vast and it's a new brand environment what has come up here. Anything on that point you'd like to suggest?
So I can broadly divide the skills for a student, especially when he or she is joining, let's say, undergraduation at 18 or post-graduation at 21, 22. Soft skills and technology skills. Of course, there are many more categories. The good part about bodies like CFT is that they can foresee the future and guide the students on what technologies will become mainstay 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, and invest. So for example, quantum technologies, I think at least for the next 5 to 10 years, it will be here to stay. AI definitely will be there. Blockchain, which saw its own ups and downs with crypto, I think will again remain. So advising them on how the market will evolve, what will be the employability 5 years from now when you pass out, and what is the skill that you should have rather than building a skill which is popular now and becoming obsolete at that time. So the new fear is not FOMO, it's a FOBO, fear of becoming obsolete. So CFT can actually help you stay away from that obsoleteness. The second thing is that campuses should also focus a lot on soft skills. And I know it's not perhaps directly impactable by CFT, but the whole idea about patience, communication, transparency, integrity, sustainability, we are living in such a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, that technologies will change, but basic human tenets will not change. So if campuses can give you the right balance between the soft skills and the technology skills, I think those are the students that will really succeed in the long run, and they will be able to close the gap between knowledge and employability, which is a stark gap that we're seeing right now within the industry.
Thank you very much. And when we are just talking about the skilling part, so my next, I would just like to know from Dr. Taramani from IIT Rupert. How can we design a curriculum for the students that not only gives them job-seeking opportunities, at the same time job-creating opportunities as well? Because one of the speakers said today, I don't know, we should look at curriculums that can fetch these both these things. So what type of a curriculum, or how do you put across the credit systems into this? Because you have been into IITs and they are the masters of it. So just a piece of word from your side.
Yeah, so being academicians, so when we talk about the skilling and the skill in India especially, the real challenge is not about the numbers. So it's about the relevance and the speed, because so we are producing almost millions of learners are entering the workforce every year. At the same time, the requirement from the industry is rapidly increasing. So when we look at the traditional education, so we always enter into the 3 years or 4 years education system. So that leads to the certification at the end of the day. So in the present scenario, so we need a big shift over there. So instead of that, the 3 years or 4 years of degree courses, so we really need the shift in the learning of continuous and modular learning, so-called. So that means we need to align this education system with the industries. So when we talk about the modular learning and the continuous effort, so we should not stop after the degree. At the same time, if we want to progress with this, so we need to enter into the long-term, we should not enter into the long-term courses. We can enter into the short-term skills, and we so-called the micro-credentials. So this is very important. So because when we look at that, what is being taught is most of the time is disconnected with what is required at the workplace. So if you consider even in the PhD, we keep producing the PhD degrees, right? Not about only the degrees. Yes, of course, fundamental research is also important. At the same time, so if we align with the industry and we look at what is industry requirement, so then accordingly, we need to do the learning towards the projects, and then again, projects should lead to the job. So there should be a strong pipeline which is required in the academia, and so that we have to restructure or we have to add some of the curriculum which is oriented with the industry. Along with that, so accessibility is also important, because the skilling platform should be more inclusive. It is not about only for the urban area and larger cities and all. It should also reach to the smaller cities and also especially the rural areas in India especially. So this is possible only through the proper learning stages, and also we should also look at the same time the relevance of the courses or the teaching, what is required about it. As a whole, when we want to say about it, the skilling and also the scaling up is not about the certification. It should be a capability and also the employability.
Thank you very much. And one more thing, what I have noticed in the recent past is some of the placements, I mean, around 20% of the placements that are happening through events, okay, it's not up on the campus. I mean, I'm talking events like hackathons, ideathons, and there's another event which was formed recently called as B.E.S.T. I was surprised, I just said what it is. And he told, this is purely meant for MBA students, not for engineering students. So how can our Center for Future Technology help in bringing these events to the campus? How can we utilize the CFT as best as possible so that the outcomes are better in this? I'm talking about the applied aspects part of it.
Come again?
I'm talking about the applied aspects. What are the applied aspects that can be brought into CFT?
Being a science background, so I was also heading the placement cell when I interact with the people from the industries and all. What I understand is that, yes, of course, the industry also demands the fundamental, so to execute whatever the things. At the same time, so the industry requirement is also necessary. That is what I told about it. It's not about our traditional learning, so we have to get into the micro-credential courses like a short-term courses and other things. So depending on the what industry, majorly we have to first align with the industry and we have to look at the what industry demands. Because as he already mentioned, so it is rapidly changing. So today, because 3 months ago, whatever the requirement after 6 months, again the requirement from the industry is quite changing. So therefore, we have to align with that, and we have to look at the need of an hour with respect to the industries. Accordingly, we have to go with the courses which can be implemented in the CFT year.
Absolutely, advice well taken, and thank you very much. And Nachiketa,
hi,
young and energetic, a successful entrepreneur at a very young age. This is what I like about the youth. You start as an early bird, okay, and then you go miles. So why didn't you look out for a job?
First of all, good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to thank Sri and also the B.E.S.T University for inviting me here to be the part of the panel and also to be part of this esteemed panelist. So before I get started, I'll do a slight divergence. So just before the start of this discussion, I was just talking to a couple of kids back there. They apparently have to be from my college back in 2016. And they were kids, so I was just talking to them for like 15, 20 minutes. They're talking so confidently to me about like different aspects of technologies and about AI and everything. And then I heard, they said they have already filed for a patent and everything. And I was so in shock. And then I told like, what year did you guys graduate? So they are like, we graduated, like we are still in first year. We're not graduate. So I'm like, the kids are already thinking 10x. So as you have rightly put up here, thinking 10x, they are thinking 10x. Now it's up to us to enable them, to take them to the right path and have a bright future for India. So yeah, and coming to your question as to why I'm doing job.
Why do you look out for job opportunities
okay.
instead of creating job? You are creating a job opportunity,
yeah,
which is really very good.
Yeah,
and that's the question.
Okay, so there are a lot of dependencies people are facing when they just move out of college, right? So they might want to explore on their own, learn something on their own before they put into the shoes of entrepreneurship. Not everyone is built with the mindset of going right into investing something. There are all other financial conditions also. So when I started off, even I was of the same, like I had the mindset, my family also backed me, like you can do anything that you want, yeah, we are not stopping you. But there was always this confidence or courage. Right now the kids are even more bolder. But back then, I thought like, let's get some exposure, let's try to understand how the industry works, what are the nits and cricks and tricks of trade. So we got into it. And also semiconductors is a wide background. Like you can't really get started from day one. You really need to know, as you were talking, the different systems of a brain. Semiconductors works exactly. You can't just say CPU is the brain. There is memory subsystem, there is GPU subsystem, there is main CPUs, there are caches, there are n number of entities in it. And how all this come together to form a network, it's a huge thing. Right? So that's when I took a baby step. The entrepreneurship that you're talking about is, I tried something in the field of sustainability because I'm very closely associated with nature, and also my partner was closely associated with that. So we thought like, why not explore sustainability that would not only give us an idea of how the startups work, how do we have to have that mindset, how do we have to approach people, how do we have to get it executed. So that's when we started that. But I still currently work, as you have put up, like I work in Meta. I have to still fund my company. At the same time, I have to pursue a lot of other things that I have to study, learn, understand to eventually achieve the final goal, right? So that's how it comes out to. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's challenging, but challenges do come only when you work. Absolutely. If you don't work, there'll be no challenges. So my next thing, I'm just extending this question to back again. Yeah. You being an entrepreneur, you would have thought, you would have had some ideas. Was it a fear that, my company might lay me off? Is that a fear in your mind that, no, I shouldn't touch this, I should go for entrepreneurship. I'll do something on one, I'll be independent. Or is there any advice that you'd like to give? Like, how can CFT play an important role? Say this is a remote location, yeah, right? And students come in here.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe they come from a very humble background.
Yeah.
No financial support or something.
Yeah.
But how can we get in students to make successful entrepreneurs from this area?
Okay.
From our CFT.
Yeah. So always there are 3 stages of building anything, like people may add in if they have better inputs. So usually it's always about MVP. Second point is you need to know whether there's a real market value to the product. Third thing is if you can have a proper marketing channel for it. How do you reach out to the people, right? So if you do these three research first, like if you get with an MVP, then if you are able to see that there is a market research, there's a market value for it. And third one, if you think there is a proper marketing channel through which I can properly channelize this product or service anyway. When you are confident about these three things, then you can start on background on your own, and then the other things get taken care, like the conflicts with your current company where you're working in, or if you want to take in some kind of a waiver from where you're working, you can always reach out to them, talk to them, and tell them that this is not in a direct conflict to your business. This is something that I'm doing on my own, and this will no way harm your resources, your work time, nothing. So this is, I'm doing something on my own, on my weekends, and if this clarity is clearly put out, I don't think anyone should have any issues until they are free or they feel independent enough to take it on their own.
Thank you very much. And I was just recently going through a report, the placement report. It says corporates contribute only 15 to 18% of the placements. And the first domain which contributes almost around 30 to 40% is banking and finance. So since Mr. Abhilash, you are from finance background, you are a finance head in Lyric. So what role does AI has in business and finance, banking and finance sectors?
Firstly, very interesting statistics what you brought in. I was also reading another paper recently. I don't know if you noticed the top 5 companies in India, the IT companies I'm talking about, have a net increase of close to 200 people recruited this year, which means, of course, there have been layoffs and also hirings, but there's only net 200 people increase. So you can go to that and understand where we are heading to, right? So again, coming to finance as a space, mostly than, I wouldn't specifically more talk about recruitment, but the way AI is able to accelerate analysis, accelerate controls, accelerate fraud detections, which is primary. I think with AI, the kind of cyber security that we can enable to our country, especially for the majority of the rural who actually are privy to these kind of scams, and we are all of us are going through this messages here and there and see the kind of financial loss the entire country is suffering. I think AI is going to be one of the best solution to solve this kind of problems, and also thinking beyond for banking and finance or finance in general. I think it's more easier for us to scale, it's more easier for us to build and also be a generalist, right? Because in common, people think somebody coming from finance do not have the ability to understand the product or understand the business as such. They are only sticking to their own norms and documentation and stuff like that. But with AI, I think most of them are moving towards being a generalist and also trying to embrace the other space of business and also work with them in tangent so that we are able to scale in that space.
What are the skills that is required to get an easy job preference in the market?
I think, according to me, I look at 2 major skills that is very much important. One is problem solving skills. If somebody is able to articulate a problem and think through the logic of how to solve it, again with AI, it's easy to accelerate that, right? So problem solving should be the first thought process. And second thing, with the fast moving technology and the innovation that's happening, if somebody is able to learn anything in less than 24 hours, if that capability is there with a person, I think that's a very good skill to have, and that can be a good way to get hired.
I know we talk about rapid development these days. I mean, even the industries do expect that. So my question is to Mr. Mukesh. You have been in around the campus. Do you see any of the courses that are very relevant to the industry, or are they matching any industry expectations? Or do you think there's an improvement, slight improvement that is required? Then I'll go to one last question.
So I'll add something to what he said, that problem solving. आज की डेट में what you require is the rocket sing, the hustler. The guy who is able to solve a problem and has no die, I'm going to solve it come what may. That's the real way to move ahead. Now, as far as the curriculum is concerned, I believe that it has to be a right confluence of the core teaching in maths and science that happens. Mathematics is definitely important, physics is definitely important. The basics are to be taken care. Industry relevant programs are to be definitely be a part of the program. And for that, I believe if universities and colleges can involve good professors of practice who can come and give them good knowledge on what's happening really in the industry, number 2. Number 3, live projects. If I put it across, like all colleges have a placement department, right? But now we need to rename that, and we need to have an additional team which talks of internships and placements. And when I say internships, it should be a real internship, not just getting a letter and a project made and for academic compliance. So that is something if we are going to definitely encourage, it's going to be a game changer. And yes, curriculum in quite a few places wherever I've gone, I've always told them that it's a comfort zone if I build a curriculum and I have faculties for that. So it's a very easy space for me. It's a tough job. So I was hearing one of the panelists talk about the eagle. So I mean, every university has to ensure that there is an eagle to be turned around every year. It's a tough job, but that's the only way. I mean, we are actually we are talking of trillions and billions of economy. I mean, who is going to build it? It is the students who's going to build it. I don't see students in a college. I see dream walking on 2 feet. That's how I look at them. It's a dream. Somebody built some big company in the US. Why can't it be built in India? So they are dreamers. Let us nurture their dreams. Let us encourage them. So somebody was telling a class 4th के teacher ने, the gentleman जो earlier आए थे, मेरी भी class 10th की teacher ने मेरे से कहा था तू पढ़ सकता है. तो मैंने कहा अच्छा आपको लगता है मैं पढ़ सकता हूँ? So I mean we need to, and yes, and dose of encouragement. And yes, one thing more, I would want every college and university to have a curriculum or maybe a very special cell on innovation, incubation and startup. Because I believe going forward, 20% of the placements are not going to happen. They're going to become entrepreneurs. So that is one area where we need to nurture them nicely.
Very true. Okay, before I go to the last question to all the panelists, I'll just leave this open. So the panelists will be very happy to take any questions if you have, please. And someone give a mic.
Hi, first of all, amazing to be in this room. Thanks to Sri sir for the invite. My name is Priyanka Kamath. I'm the founder of 100 Giga. My first startup was backed by Amazon Education. So I feel I really have the credibility to ask this question. In a recent Bloomberg article, it was written that 1.6 million graduating in CS in India are under-equipped for work of AI. How can we, here with such confluence of mind powers, muscle powers, how can we actually build a T-shaped skill where you can go multidisciplinary across spectrum and deep into one? If there is a standard framework or any sort of methodologies that you can suggest, would love to. Anyone can take a shot. I'm looking forward to hear from the professors here. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, in our institute, what we are doing is that in most of the institute, because now AI suddenly just boomed up, and everyone was just going with the normal education system, so-called computer science or electronics and other things. So additionally, there is a 3 months or 6 months virtual mode. The platforms are there for the AI training. So that certification courses will help you out with such kind of a training and all. If they prefer the hand-on experience or whatever it is into that, so there is also an option that 1 month visit or 2 months visit as a project to the institute, and they have this. So that platform is available, especially in IIT Roper is also available. IIT Madras is also open for this. And I hope many other institutes also has this opportunities, and now they are evolving with that, with respect to that. And nowadays they started with the AI, especially in our institute we have AI Agritech. Yeah, and again AI with respect to the software, that also computer science. So that also we do have, and also we do have the especially drone technology, AI in drone technology also we do have. So therefore now integrating AI in every courses, they are making it as a 6 months course, 1 year course, depending on the demand of the whatever we call it as the workplaces and so on. So therefore now the sources are available, so in the virtual mode as well.
Maybe I'll try and answer from a more ideological perspective. They're all practitioners. We tend to group students and people across different facets of life, different capabilities into one, and then we make a course and all of them have to attend that, irrespective of what the background, their knowledge, their learning capability. The first big advantage of AI is that you can make an individualized, personalized learning system for every human individual. And I think that is what the endeavor is, because there is no one person better than the other, it's just that you're unique, you're different. So the key question for us is, I understand what is the uniqueness of that individual, and then hone the skills through an individualized, personalized workshop, learning, CFT built for that through their lifetime. That's point number one. Point number two is that, I've taken an excerpt from the Bhagavad Gita, where they talk about three things. Gyan, which is knowledge. I think there is plethora of knowledge all across, whether it's written or visual or people from this panel. I don't think so. Knowledge is a problem. Knowledge dissemination is a challenge which AI can handle. The second thing is karma yoga, which is action. I think as a society, we build a lot of theoretical knowledge. Most of it is not put into action. So something like a CFT, and of course this campus can help you practicalize that. Just like in school we used to have theory and practicals, I think there needs to be more practicals where you can do action and learn on the job. The third is connectedness or consciousness. I don't think so as a society we do very well in connecting each other. So we may come together for a project, we may come in together for a class, but the connectedness of knowledge and connecting the dots, so just like we have 80 billion neurons, there are 8 billion people, connecting all of them as one big macro organism of knowledge, so that exchange, learnability, deployability, irrespective of borders can be done. I think that should be the ultimate aim of the human race. Thank you.
Just to add to what Rohit said, I think also if you are able to give the kind of exposure to the real world problems for the students to explore, then just choosing them to stick on to their particular field of expertise, I think that really gives them the opportunity to probably go beyond, because sometimes all of us have gone through this, right? When we start off our career, we have passion towards something, and over a period of time, we tend to choose something that we naturally get. So if at all there's a possibility that a student can unlock what they are meant to do early in life, I think that can actually accelerate growth for the entire nation.
So you're talking about T-shaped curriculum. That's what you are. How do you map specializations versus domains? Okay. So we need to think of giving the students real-time problem statements related to that particular domain. A freedom of option should be given to students. So whenever we are giving a project, a bucket of options should be given to the students, okay? So that they can free to choose the domain on which they want to work. See, technology will, the architecture remains the same. But where you are going to apply it, it all depends on the domain what you've studied. So that's a T-shaped curriculum, even what IBM has, and that is what it is being implemented across all campuses. Thank you very much for your question. It's a very good question. Any other questions, please, from the audience?
Yeah, good afternoon. Hats off to B.E.S.T and the CFT, and hats off to the members of this panel. Just I am borrowing something from Mr. Mugeshji's presentation. I am from Kerala, Al-Salama Institute of Advanced Studies. See, the issue is, I used to ask every passing out batch, my dear guys, when do you stop attending classes? When do you bunk classes massively? The answer was given by you. The moment we know that 75% attendance is sure, I like to bunk classes. I used to ask them why. Why means there is a hidden answer. See, class that 60 minutes theory and 2 hours practicals are not really engaging. They cannot engage the students. See, students belong to different menus, different categories: work style, visual, auditory, reading and writing, and kinesthetic style, auditory style, given by Neil Fleming. So, for the benefit of B.E.S.T and the CFT and all other institutions, what is the formula to engage the 60 minutes and 2 hours in the theory and practical? How to make them sit in the class Forget about the attendance.
Okay, so how to make it engaging? Not really tough to answer that, but equally tough. When we are in school, I mean, the damage starts happening in the school, right? When we are in the school, we are never encouraged to ask questions because it is not that anybody cannot speak English, right? I belong to the main heartland, मैं UP का हूँ. So I always ask the student, what is the problem when you're speaking in English? So they say, sir, I have not studied in English medium school, this, that, the other. I say, nahi, there is so much of tuition and everything available free of cost for you. Why don't you learn it? They say the biggest fear is that they will be laughed at. So I believe the first thing the teacher should need to tell the student is that don't be afraid of being laughed because it is your life. Your parents are paying the fees. His parents are not paying the fees. And believe me, people who laugh at others, they are not your friends. So your friends generally laugh at you, so they are actually not your friends because they're not encouraging you to learn. Right? So the first thing I believe as a teacher, you have to try and make the class engaging. You have to make the class very participative. That's my outlook. Giving a problem to solve, ask a student to come and explain the thing, what he has learned. What that will ensure is that most of the students will have an attentive span in that period of time. And anybody who comes and explains that particular thing on the board or in the class, that will give him the confidence. So just imagine a student comes and talks to his class twice or thrice in those 40 days of teaching that happens. I can tell you, it can do wonders to this thing. Secondly, we have to somewhere ensure that our teachers are encouraged to take the class in a more interesting way. In a college or in an institute, I have always believed that learning outside the class is far more than inside the class. So your best of the memories are outside the class and not inside the class. So you have to make the student ensure that when he moves out of the classroom, your class should be so interesting. You give them live examples of things which they can relate. हमारी आज की डेट में MBA की बहुत सारी पढ़ाई जो है, it is related to authors which are from abroad. Give them Indian case studies. Give them Indian people who have done it really big. There is where they'll be able to relate. They can also make them think that they can also do wonders. Encouragement is one part. Asking them very simple and challenging questions which they can answer. Giving a small reward and award. Maybe appreciating them. I do a simple exercise in all my classes. Since I told you I trained 7 lakh students. So there's a 5 rupee chocolate which is kept on a turned glass in every class. And the student who asks the best question gets the chocolate. Who does not answer the best, who asks the best question, gets that chocolate. And believe me, for that 5 rupee chocolate, worth of credit, you can see the excitement running in the class. I have always believed that learning and teaching are the simplest thing, but provided you need to have that passion to deliver, you must have the love for that. And when you go into the class, you should be the first person to go in the class 5 minutes before the students enter the class. Once you are able to do that, I think so, the problem is all sorted. So, and just encourage them. I believe today the students, I must have interacted with almost 2 lakh students as on today. And I can tell you, they only need a pat. They only need a word of encouragement. Just tell them that you can do it and add a fun element to it. So how I add a fun element to any session that I take. Students say, very nice session, very nice session. Okay, I said, so if you think I have taken the session well, so when we meet, you treat me at a wonderful coffee. And I'm not going to drink a sasta coffee, 5 rupees. You take me to the best place where you get the most expensive coffee. And in the evening, when we'll meet, we'll go to a bar, drink a beer and say cheers. तो student को लगता है, अरे ये तो मेरी तरह है, ये भी cheers करना चाहता है. तो मेरे से relate करता है. He comes to me, ask his problem. Let us be open to hearing them. We don't hear them. We hear them, but we don't listen to them. We need to listen to them. I believe once we do that, we need to show a bit of that compassion. Once we do that, I think so. A big problem, I will not say it will solve all the problem, but some part of the problem will be solved, and it is gradual. एक क्लास के अंदर, I'll just take 30 seconds more, एक क्लास में 20-25% बच्चा अच्छा होता है, 50% student is mediocre, and 20-25 students are, I won't say hopeless, but I mean, you have to struggle with them a lot. We have to see to it that that 25% segment, can we make it to 35-40? Can we get from the bottom 25, can we get the 5-10 to the mediocre part? I think so as a teacher, if we are able to do that, we have done a job, we have done justice to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great prescription.
Thank you.
Prescription, yeah.
I would just like to add on what Dr. Mukesh said. So to make the classrooms interesting, okay, and to make the students come to a lab or come to work in innovation centers, you know, we need to be realistic in approach, okay. And the second thing is make the students move out of their comfort zones, take them out of the campus or send them out of the campus to do some research and bring back those problem statements into the lab environment to work upon. Each and every university has nearly around 10 to 15 industry partners. Seek their help, seek their guidance on how to complete those projects. One thing, first thing. Second thing is, students are so confident today why they don't attend classes. One of the biggest reasons is, again, thanks to AI, ChatGPT, they are so confident, I'm not able to solve the problem, someone else will solve my problem. Okay? They're not worried about the outcomes. Because that's the environment what universities have, we have created in the universities. It's no longer an outcome-based learning. You have a project to be done, they put it on Google Drive, tick, 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 tick mark, project is done, 10 marks given, assigned, closed. ChatGPT solves the problem because that data has been picked up from internet. It's not a raw data. It's a refined data, polished data coming to your doorstep and giving all the services to you. That's the confidence level what students have. Students don't go with clarity to interview rooms, they go with confusions. Because this is a problem, okay? Make the student, you have a problem statement, you have a project, go out of the campus, form a team. Ask the industry partners, this is how you have to do this. Okay, take the students out of the campus. CFTs are there. There are so many innovation hubs in other campuses. You talk about your libraries, which is present in your campus. What are the libraries doing there? You have books. You go and watch in the library how many students read the books. It's just an open book and mobile on the other hand. Okay? Bring in something in the libraries, bring in some innovation, like this beautiful Humanoid is there. Let the student, let that be in library. Put some kits in the library, IoT kits or whatever it is. Make it interesting to learn and to work upon. You see, I mean, the roles are being improved. Thank you, sir. It's a very good, valid question. Thank you.
Yeah,
Completely
thank you,
agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
And one last question. Will AI take away the jobs? How does the student, we all talk about, you come here, you learn AI, genetic AI, this AI, ASI, OI, OGI, everything is there. On the other hand, the newspaper says AI is taken away all the jobs. Yes.
It's already taking away. There's nothing denying it. As of the latest news, Oracle itself fired around 10,000 folks worldwide, laying off people for the exact same reason. Having said that, as we are already hearing since morning, the capabilities of AI and the way AI enables you to be boundless, you need not restrict yourself to one particular domain. So you can always build a T-graph, extreme depth in one domain of expertise and a cross-skilling domain of expertise in all others. So when you build and sell yourself as a package, not just being one guy who says, I'll do a design, or I'll do a testing, or I'll do a validation, or I'll do an analysis, but if you sell yourself as an entire package, I think that's the way to go ahead in the next coming market.
Over to you, ma'am.
So no, we are not losing, because AI is acting as a co-pilot for us, because humans are working with the AI. So in order to improve the productivity of the system, so that even if you just say that even if the doctors, if they want to use this one, so for diagnostic purpose, they can use it, and the analysts also, they can use it for the analysis and so on. So therefore, that AI is acting as a tool and we do not lose any jobs.
Ms. Diksha, this is a different question for you, but it's related to jobs and AI. What do you tell a parent who forces his boy to learn AI at any cost?
My God, they should stop right away. Every child has such a unique capability. You should identify the capability of your child by not giving gyan from your side, by spending time with the child. You will understand what this child has uniqueness in them, and then you guide that person. So no, the answer is a strong no. Nobody should be forced to, not even to AI or CS or anything. Or we call that the families follow the tradition. So a family of doctors want everybody to be a doctor. Same way a family of AI experts will want everybody to be that. No, that is not. We are killing the, see, we have to learn from the nature. All of us, we are like like billions of us, 7 billion of us. Each one of us have unique fingerprint. That is what we have to understand from nature, that we all have to identify our own inner core and operate from there and then create all the best things. That CFT is one of the great example of that.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'm sure that CFT will do a lot of wonderful things to have better outcomes at the campus. Sir, just a one-liner. What are the jobs that AI will take away? Just one-liner.
Most of the inefficiencies that we are doing is going to be taken away by AI.
Thanks. Mr. Mukesh, one-liner.
अज्ञानता usually jobs लेती रही है और AI is no different from that. Be well versed, be attentive, work hard. No one will take your job.
Mr. Rohit, just one line.
If we are very rigid as a human society and don't change and evolve, AI will take over everything. If we learn to learn more, I think we will survive and survive beautifully.
Thank you very much, and thanks for a lovely audience, and thanks for the lovely good questions, good valid questions. And before we move out, wind this up, someone said this is one of the best universities. I do agree. Okay. Being the best will make you number one. I don't want that to be. Being unique will make you the only one. That's what CFT will get at. Thank you very much. And panelists here, thank you so much for your presence here.
Thank you so much for that very knowledgeable session, and requesting all of you to please stay back on the stage. So please. To present a token of gratitude and appreciation from CFT, inviting Dr. Ashutosh Sharma ji, the Scientific Chair of CFT, on stage to present the mementos. Inviting Mr. Vikrudin Surki, the Chair, for our discussion. Inviting Mr. Nachiketa Acharya, ASIC and Semiconductor Expert from Meta. Inviting Ms. Taramani Nagaya, Professor at IIT Ropar. Inviting Ms. Deeksha Awasthi, Member INSA. Inviting Mr. Mukesh, CEO of Ikigai School. Inviting Mr. Abhilash Kumble, Finance Head at Lyric. Inviting Mr. Rohit Atlaka, Board Member and CXO Advisor. Once again, we express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed panel. Thank you so much, and please have your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach to the closing segment, we now have a valedictory panel. Chairing this session, let us invite Sri Bharatlal Meena ji, the chairman of B.E.S.T Innovation University. Please invite him onto the stage with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Inviting our esteemed panelist, Mr. Tej Bhatt, the Chief Executive Officer of Texneer, ex-partner of KPMG Cognizant EY. Inviting Mr. Vikram Ilango, Chief Technology Officer, Navigate Labs USA. Inviting Mr. Sabarish Guru Subramanian, CTO, Virya Autonomous Technologies. Inviting Dr. Ashwin Chandar, Head of Engineering McNee Robotics. And now inviting Dr. Sandeep Singh Kora, Advisor to National Skill Development Corporation for Skill India International Mission. So please give our panel a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now handing over the mic to our chair.
Good evening, everyone. This is a last panel, valedictory panel today. We have heard all the eminent speakers here and all keynote addresses. And this is the last valedictory panel where we have. What we have seen and witnessed today is a very grand show. One of the speakers was explaining that out of nowhere you find, they were searching for the university and they find nowhere, out of nowhere the university is here inside, and inside the university we are dreaming big here in B.E.S.T Innovation University, creating the concept of CFT, Center for Future Technology, where we have identified under 4 pillars, we have identified 9 converging areas where technologies can converge and we as a university can make impact here. That's the whole idea. We have brought industries here, industries representatives here. We have brought esteemed delegates from all over the country. First of all, I express my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who have participated here. I'm also grateful to my people here, the faculties, the students. I'm also grateful to the principals. More than 300 principals have come from surrounding areas today. I think they have witnessed this program. As we speak, more than 2,500 students have participated in the show. This is a big show, I think, in this area where they have directly experienced the industry's presentations here, the beautiful stalls which are put up here, and different things which are shown here, exhibiting the technology and its advancement in various formats. So without taking much time, and I would like to request every speaker to summarize their experience in 7 to 8 minutes. You are free to speak on any subject you feel based on your experience and interaction with various colleagues here, and give your tips to us in that sense, so that we have a lot of takeaways from your talk. People have a lot of takeaways from your talk. So I would start with from you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think it's a pleasure, privilege, to be here. Fantastic day, lot of excitement. We actually came here, with a lot of excitement, and we are going to leave with a lot of excitement. Huge opportunities. I want to congratulate you, Dr. Rupa and Sri. I know how passionate she is because, we work very closely on a day-to-day basis. I think this is a fantastic initiative, if I call it. And if I have to kind of summarize, it is not only about technology disruption, it is not only about exponential growth. I think India is ultimately about talent. India is all about people. So you will be touching lives of so many people. It is not only people of urban areas or rural areas. I think it is people of India. People will be coming, to this CFT or to this university from across India. So I think this is the real value creation. How do you touch the lives of people? Ultimately, what we are striving for when we talk about technology, I think we spoke about technology from morning. Every speaker has done, wonderful job. I think ultimately it is really about human experience. How do you improve the lives of people? We are talking about productivity, we talk about efficiency, we talk about improving revenue, improving profitability. Ultimately, you will improve your revenue, hopefully. But ultimately, I would say, how do you improve the lives of the people? For example, in this district, when somebody started that, say, infinite poverty, to actually finite abundance, what we talk about and Sri talks about, is talking about it across the globe, that how do you create that abundance? I think this is an opportunity that you turn scarcity. There will be a lot of problems in this district, in this state, and in multiple states across India. how do you use this platform to actually create that abundance? So I would say that, fantastic platform. I'm sure, with the support from, academia, with the industries or the companies or corporate, and with the support of government, you will be able to create huge value, not only for India, but I'm saying we'll take India to the rest of the globe. As I think Dr. Ram was also saying, that how do we become innovators? How do we become trendsetters? How do we become leaders? Solve the problem here, but also solve the problem across the globe. So I'll leave it there, but I'll come back, as we, as the other panelists will, talk about. But I would say you are going to touch the lives of people is my, short summary, and I'm very, very excited. We will actively participate and contribute in this initiative. Thank you very much again, and all the best in your mission. I'm sure you will achieve great success in this mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I request you now, Vikram.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Vikram Ilango. I'm the CTO of Navigate Labs, and I take immense pleasure today. We talked enough about CFT. Thanks Rupa ma'am and Bharatlal sir for having us as a partner. And to answer to most of the questions that came today about how are we solving like a cross-disciplinary function and bringing them into an outcome-based learning is an answer that we build an innovative platform that will give opportunities for students to learn by building and bringing things locally. So that is the personalized aspect. We talked about students having attention deficiency, and how do we incentivize them, how do we encourage them to participate, how do we encourage them to ask the right questions is what we are solving with our platform. So extremely proud to partner and bring our capabilities to your students, and we have a few successful use cases. I will call out a couple of them. One, we worked with a few college students, third year and fourth year, and we trained them on wealth management, which is what I'm going to talk about. 3 key themes of what we talked about. One of that is AI plus X, and that X could be your robotics, AI, healthcare, drones, cybersecurity, and that's where we bring more value. AI is not a horizontal technology anymore. It is deeply embedded into the T-shaped curriculum that we are talking about. And with that, we were able to generate more high-paying jobs. So in some instances, we were able to get the students about 25 lakhs per annum salary. That's number one. Number two, with this type of CFT, you bring industry experts onto the platform and give the students an ability to build real projects. So the second example is we conducted an open hackathon, and we had an open theme where they can do AI plus X. We were super amazed to see that students were picking problems that are local. And these are not global anymore. These are problems that they see every day. And this is the type of mind shift share, like change that we are seeing with the students, and they need the right type of technology. The other point that I would like to stress upon is students are willing to learn, but they need the right guidance, and they need the right tools to make the things work. So CFT, our platform would give you a good way into that. So touching on the AI plus X aspect, so that's number one. We need to have more domain expertise. It's not about who know tools better, who can be a domain expert, so that we'll be able to take problems and solve. The second is skill and the future of jobs that we talked about. So the common theme that every speaker and the theme was around the type of skills that we have. I'll give an example. Today we all use ChatGPT, and it has enough context about ourselves. And I'm worried about if I lose that context. It's my whole memory. And what we are doing is we are commoditizing the way of thinking. So can I write an email? I'm getting more and more lazy. Humans as a species, we are being more lazy. Right from the beginning where we invented fire, we invented wheel, now we have AI as another technology to make us more and more lazy in that term. So we need to be very cautious about keeping our minds sharp and working on the cognitive ability. We need to have a clear distinction between what to offload to AI and what are the human judgments, the power that we have, how do we nurture them? That is very important in this age. So skill associated with that. What is going to happen to the future of jobs? And I heard a few contradicting statements. On one side, we said there are a lot of jobs and the AI is not replacing them. On the other side, we said only 200 jobs, net new jobs were created. I also heard 77 as another number. So the reality is AI is powerful, but how do we apply them is where we create more jobs, and that's where we step into the startup ecosystem. Startups are a great way to keep our economy, our skill force, all of them like self-sustained. And that is where I go into the third theme that we talked about. Ram sir talked about in the morning, sovereign AI. We are in a different type of colonialization. So when the Western world found out about the gunpowder, they colonized the world. Now they are doing a different type of colonization with AI. So we need to encourage our students to participate in more research and going more local. Some of them talked about creating more general fine-tuned models, small models, rather than depending on general purpose technology. So I think there is a big scope for us in the years to come to invest in sovereign AI. So be it data, be it technology, the technology that we are in today, right now, is at least 10 years old. All the new models that are coming out came from the paper in 2017, and it's very old. Just like how we took the first spaceship on a cycle, I've seen those images. We are in that moment. We don't have the capital. We don't invest in research anymore. How do we innovate in this space? Like thinking out of the box by becoming more and more local and bringing investments from very, very diverse environments, both government and private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sri Vikram. Now I would request Sri Shabris, CTO, Virya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sabha here from Virya Autonomous. Firstly, congratulations. I think it's pretty exciting because I was here a month ago and I saw this place. And again, a month later, the transformation's still immense. That also goes a lot to say how much has happened in the last 6 months. And it was great to hear from people from today morning, right? So firstly, thank you, Rupa ma'am, thank you, Bharat sir, and Sri, of course, for bringing us into this. I represent Virya Autonomous, which is a Mini Group company. This is an interesting space because much before even the whole framework and structure around industry-academia collaborations were taking shape in India, this is something we've been doing in different ways as a group. And over the last couple of years, we've been trying with different universities and academic engagements. I think I can fairly confidently say this is by far one of the best, well-executed initiatives that I'm seeing and very well structured, which also goes on to say that it's only upwards from here, right? So two things. One is we've been focusing on bridging the industry-academia gap, specifically on robotics. As a company, we design, develop autonomous mobility solutions out of India, right, for the Indian marketplace to begin with. And what I've seen is you have thousands of students applying, all claim a micro degree, nano degree, whatever you want to call it, from every possible online learning platform. And then the minute you put them into the real world, the gaps are massive, right? And where does this gap originate from, right? So I think one of the key things to learning is, yes, there's an academic part, we'll have to get the fundamentals right, but to make someone industry ready, nothing beats exposure, right? And exposure can be in two forms. We can keep doing site visits, industrial visits, projects, but you're never giving them real problems. So what we've been doing in this space and what we're looking forward to doing here is we enable first the right infrastructure in terms of test platforms, vehicles, or whatever, right? But that's a commodity, anyone can do that. I think the real difference is going to be bringing in real industry problems with no filters and saying, here's how we are going to solve it. We don't have the solution. You may not have the solution, but with such an amazing intent and a facility, can we solve that together, right? And the outcome of that, I know the biggest outcome is, of course, we're going to enable students, make them industry ready. But for us, there's one more dimension that we are very particular, and we keep talking about this everywhere. Unfortunately, one of the biggest gaps in this space again is we need faculty to be as excited and motivated and ready to solve these problems as much as we need the students to be, right? And the only way you can achieve that is if you're giving faculty the equal opportunity, such as an internship or exposure to the right hardware and the platforms, and set that expectation for them to be able to do things, right? So that's, again, it's a perspective that we've seen it be very successful in a couple of our previous academic engagements, and I think we spoke about this the last time we met too. We do faculty internships, for example, and you get faculty out of their comfort zone, and you put them through problem statements, and you give them access to a facility like this, and equipment, and you give them real timelines. It changes how they think. And the minute there's a shift in how they think, that cascades all the way. The impact is multifold as compared to, of course, all of this has to be on top of everything else we've discussed through today to do, right? So I think, in short, we're pretty excited to see what we can do together, and strongly believe this is going to be amazing, and looking forward to working together. Yeah.
Thank you, Sava. Now I request Dr. Sandeep Singh Kauraji.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me thank the chairman, Bhartlal Minaji, and the Chancellor for inviting me today here to this amazing campus. I'm Dr. Sandeep Singh Kaura. I represent the government, National Skill Development Corporation, under the aegis of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. And I must say that today I have heard many of the delegates, and at the end of the day, I have seen everyone talking about skills. And skills is one of the area which we all are now concerned about it. And let me, if I, explain about a degree and skills, how education and skills are correlated. Degree is like a passport, and skills are like a visa. Imagine your passport without visa. Similarly, a degree without skills is of no use. So if we see that area, so today we as a India, as a nation, if we look at, we are one country which has an abundant resource, which we call a human resource. That's the biggest asset we have, and this, this resonate with the vision of our own beloved President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who said way back in 2000 when he was asked the question that how India can be a superpower, how we can make India as a developed nation, what kind of missile we should discover, because he was known as the missile man. He said, we don't need, India doesn't need any missile to be a superpower. To be a superpower, India must try to take care of the young workforce. If we are able to nurture the right skills, we'll be able to make India a developed nation. And we all know, when I was studying, I think many of you can resonate or vouch for it, we were taught that for any problem in India, we used to blame population. Population as a bane for the country. Now that is no longer true, because population is a boon for the country now, because we have this resource, provided we are able to give them a right skills. And that is where all of us are together discussing about it. And the most important point I want to mention here is that if we see a student side, we have seen the corporate side now. Corporates, we are talking about the future technology, young generation is there. And if we see the market reality now, as far as our resources are concerned, because we take care on a policy level, if I talk about national level, out of 100 students, 28% they go to a higher education. Rest all, they do not enter into the field of the higher education. So that's one area of concern for us. Those who enter in higher education, more than 80% are in the normal education, where we don't talk about the professional education. They may be in the normal BA or B.S.C programs. Those who enter in the professional education, There, the reports which industry published, NASSCOM published, that many of them, somebody says 80%, somebody says 90% of them are not employable. So this is a challenge. To do that, the most important point is industry and academia will have to shake hand. We move parallel to each other. We don't shake hand, we say. I've seen, for the last a decade I have been attending the conference, and we are just over-diagnosing the one fact that industry and academia must collaborate. How they should collaborate, that is very important. You know, we all know we must collaborate. Today is the right time. If we miss this next 25 years, which our Honorable Prime Minister call it as Amrit Kal, we must drop the idea of becoming a developed nation. We have been, studying that India is a developing nation, then it will be developing only. If next 25 years, we are not able to put all our thought into action. And to do that, I must say that the kind of program today this institution has done it, the outcome should be that we should have a clear-cut defined outline that yes, if these corporates are sitting here, how can we shake hands? What is going to be the next way? How many students we are going to train? And how they can get the right kind of focus area. And my suggestion would be, as I said, there are 75% student dropout. That means if we are talking about these 9 convergence technology, they should not be limited to the graduates, engineering graduate. It should be pyramid format. We should also touch base those who are dropout, maybe in the form of certificate program, so that they are aligned with all of us. At National Skill Development Corporation, our focus is to create an ecosystem, and we have been doing it. We have also created an ecosystem called Skill India Mission, where we are there to enable the ecosystem where all of us can really, shake hand and move forward. And I would suggest my partners, the academia and the institutions who are here, let's move forward, let us shake hand, let us bring some success stories on board. That yes, we discussed this and we created this, which can be a motivation for the students who are there. And I must say that as part, if you can see Skill India International Mission, you name a country, I must say that every country is looking at us. I have been to all the countries and they are facing an aging population. We are our only young nation. And today we can drive the show very differently, and this is where Skill India International Mission is set up, which is headed by our Honorable Prime Minister. And the focus is to train the workforce, not only for domestic needs, but also to meet the international skill shortages which these countries are facing. They are facing a lot of problems as far as skilled workforces as we are doing it in India. So the right time, or this kind of theme which we discussed today, Meenaji, I must congratulate also, and all the speakers, they were really, very passionate about it, and I can see my colleagues who are sitting here, they are very passionate about it. But today, I must request Meenaji and his team that we should evolve a model now. That let's create a success story, because nothing succeeds like success. If we show the success story, it is going to be a very different. And just to quote a success story, I'll end with the success story. We were sought after the country. India was being followed by many countries for a caregivers. And from India, our nurses are going as a caregiver, which we are also facing a shortage. We decided that we will not send nurses as a caregiver, we'll train our simple science graduate to be a caregiver. And we did this with UK, and we designed a program in India, which is a 40 credit program for 1 year, equivalent to 130 credit in UK, and the first batch of 5 nurses, 5 caregiver, not nurses, simple graduate. They were trained in Chandigarh, and those, they are already there in UK, and that was our success story. Now, this budget you would have seen, 150,000 caregivers are to be trained. That success story has created an ecosystem. So my point is, let us create a success story today, and institution like this and the center, this center which has been created here, Center for Future Tech, this will really make a difference if we are able to bring some degree programs, some certificate programs which can really add value. And at the end of the day, student and parents see this one thing, that their sons and daughters should be able to get a job, or they should be a job creator. They should not go with the degree only from this institution or from any other institution. I think that is going to be our success story. With these words, once again, my heartiest congratulations, my thanks to the industry people from the government side. We are there with you. You can go to our website, National Skill Development Corporation, Ministry of Skill Development is there to support all these initiatives. We are already doing it, but we are open for further discussions also. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Koraji. And now I would request Dr. Ashwin Chandru share his thoughts.
My throat is still not really good, but I will try my best. So, some time ago, I was deeply thinking, how did we create so much infrastructure and so much technologies as humans? It struck me that everything we see, everything we build, has come from a single spark of idea in somebody's head. That's where it all starts. And then it starts an idea as somebody's head. It propagates across different people, and as different minds come together, and we start creating it, visualizing it, and then start creating it. And when I see a space like this, a building like this, I see as a space which is nurturing, inviting people from all kinds of domains, from academics, from policymakers, from investors, and a lot of students coming together and inviting them to create this new way of things possible from a single source of ideas. And I think that's a big success of this CFT, the building as such. And I think kudos to the people who thought of it, the best university people, and even the architect. I think it is a good job to make it really an inviting space. So on top of that, I say summarizing the day I would say in 3 terms. The first term, I would say, I think the Sri and his team did a good job in just looking at converging technologies. I always say everybody talks about AI is a big thing, AI will solve the problem. But if you just look at only AI, invest a lot in AI, it creates an asymmetric growth. And what I really love is we talk about all converging technologies as a holistic approach. So imagine that we spend all our resources on AI, but our, let's say, the weather systems disturb our food cycle. So what's the point of having all AI without having food to survive our population? So, and same thing about energy. So in that way, I think these 9 technologies converging and superimposing each other, they just help spiral, this forward spiral, and all converging together as AI. AI is an integrating force. That's a unique approach we bring in, and not just looking at one technology as an individual module. I think that's something commendable which we have thought about here. And the second thought, which I think struck me deeply, is the point of sovereignty. Madhav sir brought up the point of sovereignty, starting with just AI, not just AI sovereignty, but in general. So when last 2 weeks this blockade occurred, I was realizing that the amount of, they say the cost of fertilizers shoot up, the cost of plastics shoot up, and even the simple thing about the helium which is used in MRI scans, all of those things shoot up. I realized that we are dependent on even just for our food, we are dependent on somebody somewhere else in the world, which we cannot control. So, and I think that's a good point to discuss. And I realized not many people are even aware that a lot of our fertilizers comes from abroad. We import fertilizers. We talk about high-tech farming, but even our liquid fertilizers come from China, and China stopped exporting, and even the high-tech farms are in trouble. So all of those things, there is not even a conversation about this. And I think this day will spark the conversation to look at not just AI sovereignty, but sovereignty in every sense. So all our payment system, we take pride in UPI, but our major UPI payers, systems of either PhonePe or Google Pay, are 90% owned by American corporations. So those are some things which doesn't need even, they say, high-tech innovation like fab, but simple things, just a thought process saying that I need to be sovereign, I need to have independent country. And it's a long process, but the thought, I think it's so down here, and I hope it'll spread and people start thinking, and solutions will come from places like this. So that's my second point. And the third point, which I was thinking about, how AI is impacting how we produce, how we think, is, say I was thinking back, like say 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when I was a kid, how we start learning. My father used to take to library in a small town I grew up, and we used to search for books. So I used to go search for a librarian, and he showed us, this is a book, you have to go and learn. And if the book was not available, you had to ask them, you had to go to a different city, bring a different book. And then when internet provide, let's say spread, and we got Google, we got all this information, access to information at hand. You don't have to go to library and different librarians search for information. We could just get information from where we are sitting. And that accelerated our learning and doing progress by a big margin. And now, let's say 15 years forward from time of internet, with AI, we are not searching for information. Like the knowledge, like assimilated knowledge of what our humanity has produced is in our hand tip. We don't go learn books. See, even I see people in my office, they don't learn by opening a book to see how do you program. They just ask AI tools, okay, this is what I have, how do I program? Though there are drawbacks to it, though I say learn first before using these tools, but now we can do things 10 times faster than we are just having access to information. We have access to knowledge. And now comes the part that we need to start doing things. So instead of searching knowledge first, we can start by doing things. And only when we do things, you learn, you make mistakes, you make faults, and you do again and again, and that's when you really succeed. And spaces like this, where you bring all different kinds of people, and it's designed for doing, not just for seeing and learning, will take a long way going ahead. I think it's a commendable place to be in. I wish all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin. Thank you, everyone. And now, today is day 0, and we have inaugurated the CFT. Tomorrow is the day 1. So I would like to hear from you as one-liners, which can define a pathway for us moving ahead. Request you.
Yeah, sure. No, thank you. I think, a couple of points. One is, I think we spoke, you spoke, Dr. Rupa, in the morning, and you talked about, when people will walk away from this place, they want to be entrepreneurs or founders or co-founders. One of the things I think is very, very important is we also need to produce leaders, because we have seen some of the successful entrepreneurs or founders who have created wealth or their valuation has gone up. They were not necessarily great leaders. And you see that over a period of time, they have not been able to create value for the country or for the people. So I would say that I think that compassion, purpose, empathy is very, very critical as you go along the journey. You have picked up 9 areas, fantastic, which is going to really, are disrupting actually our lives. But I think it's very equally important, as I said, to produce leaders who have purpose, compassion, have empathy. That's one. The second is, I think I would say that, we should pick up some of the burning issues. Maybe you should reach out to the government of Andhra or Telangana or maybe Karnataka, because it's at the intersection. Pick up top 2 or 3 problems and create 3 groups. But of course, there should be a criteria for students to be part of that cohort or a group, because you can't randomly pick people here. There has to be critical thinking. There has to be, again, purpose and passion, who can come, who have that burning, desire, and try to solve that problem in the next 3 to 6 months or 9 months.
Okay.
That is one. The second is, I think, related point is, I think Sandeep spoke about, college dropouts, etc. But if you look at some of the successful entrepreneurs, especially in technology across the globe, they have all been college dropouts. They went to Stanford, they went to Oxford, or they went to Harvard. They just learned the art, and they just dropped out, and they are the best in the world. So I think that is, but last point I want to mention, as a CEO of TechSnear, Sri and I work very closely. We have a fantastic network. We will help in making sure that you get sponsorship from the corporate. So you pick up the areas, have the cohorts, and we will give our best shot to get sponsorship from top corporates in India and across the globe. That's where, our industry, academia, and, everybody will come together. So we will start from here, and that's our commitment,
Okay. Thank you, Tej. Now I would request Mr. Vikram to give us the one-liner.
Sure. So I would encourage the students to have a builder-first mindset rather than consuming technology. Start building with purpose. Start small towards a goal and have measurable outcomes that will set them up for success. It can be job employment or it can be an entrepreneurial journey. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we have absolute clarity on the focus areas. So you asked specifically day one, today is day 0. I think day 1 focus should be on your governance and framework and making sure you have the right faculty plus members that keep this momentum going. You have all the energy here today. You need the same energy tomorrow because that's what the students need when they show up here. So I think that's my one-liner on day 1.
Thank you.
3 words I'll be using from tomorrow onward, whether we should do it today itself. Let's conceive, believe, and achieve. We conceive today that we are going to do these things tomorrow, believe in ourselves, and we are surely going to achieve it. One batch of students with particularly maybe any one of the area with 3 main focus areas that there should be merit, their selection on the merit basis if we are looking for a graduate level program. Geographical spread is very important. But this center should not be limited to a local area. Geographical spread, and third one is a gender spread. And if we bring these 3 factors incorporated in the first batch, and with the faculty, like my colleagues have highlighted, the practitioner as a faculty, right, that will set the ball rolling, and I'm sure this center is going to bring a success story which can be a showcase for the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Aswin, you will have the last word.
One thing, if you look at, like say, exponential technology or a bigger picture, it might sound daunting, but if you break it down, it starts from doing something really small. Something really, really small but tangible, make it work. If you make 10 different things, small things work, together they compound to a bigger story. And then you start 10 more things which are compounding on top of each other. And I think engineers here would agree that that's the only mathematical way for an exponential growth. And then say, start small, do things.
Thank you. Thank you. I must thank every one of the panelists, and it's a wonderful suggestions you have given, you have shared your experience. I'm grateful to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful session for a closing reflection. Right? Thank you so much. And now requesting Bharatlal Meenaji to present the mementos to our esteemed panelists. Inviting Mr. Tej Bhatt. Yes, requesting Rupa ma'am to please join us on stage. Inviting Mr. Vikram Ilango. Inviting Mr. Shabarish Guru Subramanian. Inviting Mr. Ashwin Chandar. And Dr. Sandeep Singh Kora. Can we have a group picture together? And requesting Rupa ma'am to please join us. Thank you so much, everyone, and please have your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a video message from Dr. Constance Van Home, the director of Abu Dhabi School of Management, who couldn't join us today due to unavoidable circumstances. So inviting all of your attention to our video wall to watch a quick video from her.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to join you today, even virtually. And I would like to sincerely thank B.E.S.T Innovation University for this very kind invitation to participate in the inauguration of the Center for Future Technologies. I'm especially pleased to speak on a topic that matters so greatly to universities today and me personally: how we can help students move from their promising ideas to real ventures. My name is Dr. Constance Van Horn, and I am the director of the International Office here at Abu Dhabi School of Management. Abu Dhabi School of Management is a subsidiary of the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce and a very proud MOU partner with B.E.S.T Innovation University. Now, when we talk about deep tech, we're talking about innovation that goes beyond a simple business idea. It's not a coffee shop, and it's not a hair salon. These are ventures built on real technology and real problem solving, and usually they intend to have real social impact. But these deep tech ideas, these deep thinking, deep innovation ideas don't grow on their own. They need the right ecosystem around them. And that ecosystem involves 4 things: venture capital, funding, venture creation, funding, scaling, and mentorship. First, let's talk about the venture creation. How do we get from the ideas to actual innovation? How do we get students to see our assignments not just as an academic exercise, but as something that can help propel them into the world of entrepreneurship? And then second, funding is essential. Many strong ideas don't move forward because students do not know how to access early support, or because these deep tech ventures take more time and patience to develop. And then once we get those initial ideas off the bat, how do we scale? And that's our next challenge. It's one thing to have a good idea, but how do we build it into something sustainable, practical, and able to grow? But finally, mentorship is the most important of all. And students need people, an ecosystem, who can guide them, challenge them, and help them turn creativity into action. Now, I do this every day with my students because I teach the capstone in the MBA, and many of my students are engineers and are coming with really cool deep tech ideas. And let's give an example that I'm working with right now. And one of my students, a female former engineering student, developed Deep Sukoon. It's an Emirati sleep machine. And what makes it so exciting, not just because it's women engineers, is because it is a real social problem, a real human need: better sleep and better well-being. And we need to turn that innovation, which has for the past 5 years been sitting on a table, sitting in a drawer actually, into an innovative venture idea. But like so many student startups, it's not a real question. It's not about the idea, but it's how do we refine it? How do we support it? How do we fund it? How do we create opportunities for it to grow? And that's why universities matter so much in deep tech ecosystem. And it's why the Center for Future Technologies at B.E.S.T University, Innovation University, matters so much. Because we're not only educating students for jobs, we want them to become founders, creators, inventors, the next person who is going to solve a problem shared by a lot of people. We need more student startups to become scalable. We need to build environments to give them confidence, give them courage, guide them, and support them moving forward. Because the future of innovation doesn't begin when a company is already successful. It begins when a student first realizes that their idea could become something real. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful inauguration.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of our afternoon sessions. And now it is time to express our collective gratitude to each and every one of you. For that, may I invite Dr. Nagajodi Korupella, Pro Vice Chancellor, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, delegates, dear faculty members and all the students, I feel very glad to present the vote of thanks after a big day and a very special day. I feel immense pleasure in extending my heartfelt gratitude our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Rupa Vasudevan Madam, and our Chairman Sir, Shri Bharatral Meenaji, for giving the constant support and who have been the pillars for this CFT launch and all the initiatives. I sincerely thank Dr. Madhavji, the President India Foundation, who has been the chief guest for today's inaugural, who have come all the way in spite of his busy schedule. I sincerely thank our scientific chair of CFT, Dr. Ashutosh Sharma ji, and also the CEO, Mr. Sreekanth sir, for always being the mentor of this CFT. And I thank all the speakers who have come over here, the industry partners, the ITC partners, and all the B.E.S.T family who have worked very meticulously and very sincerely, our Pro Vice Chancellor Anuradha Madam, Deans, Directors, and all the background B.E.S.T faculty members, teaching, non-teaching, for the very much sincere, all the cooperation and coordination. I sincerely thank all the students and principals who have come from various institutions, not only from South India, across the country who have come here. Thank you so much. And today we have inaugurated the CFT, and we are going to give the future-ready professionals with real-world applications. So all the best to all of us. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have officially come to the conclusion of today's inspiring and insightful event. Once again, on behalf of Center for Future Tech, B.E.S.T Innovation University, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, partners, and attendees for making this inauguration a grand success. So, wishing you all a grand, happy evening, and thank you so much.